I don't know what curse I'm gonna give it yet. I gave the blacksmith of the DMPC. I gave it a custom made glaive of the storm, which essentially as a action it can summon a storm in an area, and then it has so many charges a day where it can upgrade the storm into like a hurricane pretty much.
That is pretty
But
cool.
yeah, I'll send you the stats later. Again, I suck at like making stuff on D&D Beyond when it comes to like homebrew stuff, so it's like it's pretty much all written out as notes. So I'll just have to manually calculate, but I'm fine with that.
It's all good. No, but remember I took the potion of Dragon's Majesty or whatever the fuck it was. And you said the curse was after the transformation I retain some sort of feature like
Oh yeah,
a scaly arm,
yeah,
a wing
dragon.
for an arm, a dragon leg
Yeah, a
instead of
mutation.
regular leg.
You do you want to know where I got the idea from?
Where?
So there's this one YouTuber. I can't remember his name. He's kind of like a PNG tuber that does like D&D, and he's actually how I learned about the spanner. His thing is like a his PNG thing is like a like kind of evil like wizard hat thing. Well, he was saying, "Hey, like Dragonborns are kind of lame. Here's my rework of it. Like, Dragonborns enslaved the race of the dragons. Broke. They were essentially like mutated experiments. Some had wings, some had different other things, stuff like that, and they broke free. Like that's where I got the inspiration from because I think I came across that video like 2 or 3 years ago.
Okay.
Again, it's going to take a good amount of time for me to get like everything prepped for it.
I am ready to play D&D.
Same.
I'm dying. Oh my god, that was awful.
Oh, that reminds me. During one of the breaks, could I have like a role play thing with the hat?
We'll come back
Oh,
to that. I would say yes, of course. But the thing is, we need you to like come up with when you're gonna be doing that weekend game, and or the one shot.
again, I want to get the one shot done first. I want to first get like D&D Beyond like premium, so I don't have to worry about those type of issues. Which I literally have it in cash now. I just have to go to the bank and get it deposited into my account.
Oh, no
Account.
problem.
That's all.
No problems, Bob.
And
Take your
then
time.
after
No
that,
rushings. And
and
also,
then I
like,
believe
you can always use an extra space and just like print off the character sheet or save it as a PDF and then delete it and then create another character. So you don't have to like do that.
yeah, that's fair. But also like the content share is gonna help as well because then if I have content share active, then then y'all will also have access to Ilriger and not have to buy it.
Okay. Okay. Yep.
As well as I have some like homebrew stuff I've made if anybody wants to like use use that because if somebody wanted to use that for like any of my stuff, I'd be totally fine with that. Though there's definitely one that would be off limits, and that would be one of the custom species I made, the Vaxasaurian, because it's relatively strong.
Hello.
Hey, what's up?
Is that Amph?
Yes, it's Amph. Hello.
Yay, I wanted to guess who it was without looking.
Also, just so you know, the desktop audio is being captured in the stream.
Desktop audio is being captured in the stream. Okay, is that a problem?
No. It's just, it said starting soon, so I didn't know if that's what you wanted.
Oh, yeah, no, that's great. It's kind of like we're tuning our guitar kind of vibe, you know, like brr, 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 brr. Yeah. I'm feeling extra nerdy today. That's the way it's gonna be.
Okay, while you're in here, do you mind elaborating more on the other one that you invited me to? Or do you want to keep that out of stream for right now?
Oh, so right now I think we're maxed on players. You're more than welcome to join because people show up and then don't show up, and I think that's perfectly fine because it'll work out eventually in time when it comes to like the overall scenes that I have planned. Meanwhile, it's a 1987 Iron Wind, Michigan campaign. Meanwhile, also there's another campaign going on. So during the day phase, you're in Michigan. But at night, when everyone goes into a long rest, you wake up as a level 9 character in charge of a curiosity shop. Organ plays in the background.
Interesting.
So yeah, that's the concept. And right now, as of the prologue, which we only got an hour through, heads were exploding. Literally, people were exploding. A shadow walked across the street, and the ice cream truck driver got hit in the head by hail.
Okay, the question
So
is,
I
did he
missed a
deserve
lot.
it?
Well, she was trying to find kids to hawk some of her magical ice cream off to, but unfortunately got hit by a natural disaster. She met a good doctor, though.
Hey, so it was karma. That's really all that matters.
So I missed a lot, is what I'm hearing.
In less than an hour, that all occurred. Oh, and Tony's unconscious in the office at the old rental card place.
Hey, to be fair, I did ask what time it was starting like several times.
To be fair, it's been posted for several weeks.
Wait, I thought
I
the...
looked, I looked through all the channels and I couldn't find it for the life of me. It's probably just a me thing, and I just like
Oh, it's been
probably
an
looked
event,
over it.
babes. It's been an event.
Is it not a text-only
Oh,
game?
No, so we have another game that's coming in that's a server game. That one is text only, and that's going to have a monthly or sporadic live games, but that one is all going to get figured out by July. But yeah, that one starts soonish. And then Ikki's going to be writing articles for that also.
Sounds fun.
Yeah, it should be good.
also, did you when you asked me about a random item possibly popping up in the campaign? Did you hear my idea?
Yes, I have it down as Betch gun. Ooh, Amph, what's yours?
What? What's my what? Sorry.
What is your zany item? Currently, we have a cod piece of Pew Pew, a mithril statue of Bamboonery, and a Betch gun. No attunement required, but does have a belcher.
Can I have something funny, but would kind of make logical sense for her to have it?
What?
I want a magnet that only pulls in wood.
A Wooget?
Sure.
All right, a Wooget it is.
Yeah. Now all I need to do is go find a vampire who's eternally resting and place the magnet next to his heart.
Oh, nasty.
Mhm. And then I can sick them on the rest of the party and walk away.
Hey, to be fair with mine, Helsing Ultimate Abridge is epic, so it's worth it for the reference, even if it would not make sense for my character in the slightest.
Hey, Bloodborne.
Hi.
What are you playing tonight?
A metallic dragonborn barbarian paladin.
Ooh, Kinky Boy.
It was mainly the paladin just for the heavy armor and the martial weapons.
Fair.
Cora bounced, but we'll wait.
We got time.
Alright, Axel.
Yeah.
You are to come up with a zany item to add to the loot list this evening. A codpiece of Pew Pew, inspired by the great Lanthradar codpiece. The mithril statue of baboonery, also known as I.R. Baboonish. And a betch gun, or no attunement, because betches like big guns, apparently. But it does come with a belcher, which allows for a decisive advantage roll on your attacks. However, if you fail and roll a 1, then it could blow up.
I'll do the last one.
Oh no, and then we have a woodget, which is kind of like a magnet, but for wood. So you are to choose or make up a 5th item for us to add.
I'll do the big gun.
No, don't take my bitches love cannons Helsing Ultimate Abridged reference.
What's your favorite video game?
Bayonetta.
Who are you asking?
Bloodborne. What's your favorite ability of Bayonetta, Amph?
I've never watched or played Bayonetta.
What's your favorite video game?
Favorites are hard.
I agree. Mad Dwarf. Same question.
Blades of Sorcery.
Good one. Bloodborne.
Yeah.
What's your favorite ability from Bayonetta?
Demon Pact.
Demon Path. Ooh, exciting. All right, Demon Path. What's that do?
So you make a contract with the demon, and when you're in battle, you can summon the demon, and you get special buffs for said demon. It's different with each demon.
Oh wow, they released the original Fate on Prime Gaming.
Oh, that's cool.
Are these questions for the session tonight?
Yes.
DM hasn't prepped SMH. I'm just kidding.
I'll be right back.
Dwarf.
Yes.
I honestly forgot for this campaign. Do we get 3 random items that we choose?
You wouldn't, I don't think, because you died. That's
No,
again, that's not a me question.
you. So as far as I know, you advocate for 3 items that would fit your character, and then they can show up later on in the game. But I don't think you just get them innately.
Okay.
Yeah.
At least that's what I've been working on with the DM. So
Yeah, like the reason we all got those items like last session was because of the dice. Which is why I am now the Incredible Bolt. Anywho, I'm going to continue re-binge watching Hellsing Ultimate Bridge for like the 5th time.
dang.
Dwarf.
Yes?
I'm gonna send you a song that I think you might find funny.
Alright.
Welcome back, Cora. Welcome, Pigeon. We'll start game in approximately 5 minutes. There should be a map up already. And if you have any questions, let me know.
DM,
Bloodborne.
do you want me to send you like a playlist for my character?
You may. And then I'll upload it. Yeah.
Did we check the internet connection today? Make sure it was all good.
I think everything's solid. I'm just looking for my little pack of wonder, but unfortunately I think I left it in my other backpack. I'll be right back. Welcome, dear adventurers, to Krest Isles, Season 1, Part 4. Our party members are currently upon the Sparrow. Captain Cora, well, she seems to be in charge of everything now, as she is currently the leader of the Brood, the vampire faction hell-bent on destroying the world through blood factories and vatting people like, well, we'll get into that later. There's also Amph, which is also in her bed. She was unconscious from some sort of parley with a ghost back on deck. But more on that to come. Meanwhile, a new bloodborn, well, at least by marriage, is approaching the ship. They find themselves on the Bullet, one of the three spines, a trio of vessels that will take voyage to Waterdeep in hope to speak with the great lords and create some compromise of peace, of course. However, those details seem to be scattered amongst the ship and the crew. And then there's the Baron Oozey. He is still trying to seek out the venge. He is so wanting to taste the blood of his enemies, the one who killed his, well, leader of the tribe there in the southern forest near Waterdeep. And then there's Dante, recently transformed into something more, something different, with the ability to call upon his armor and sword at will. I suggest now we all run gambit and allow you to choose who will introduce their characters first. I just started the session. You're welcome.
31.
18.
Somehow, with a +9, I still get a 12. I also can't see the stream because Discord is a great app.
Dirty 20.
With a 31, the Baron Oozey, he approaches his room, and, well, it seems to have his name on it. Baron Oozey, the great leader of the vampire brood. You walk into the room. You see a large, well, bed over to your side, and a scroll book to your right. What do you do for your long rest action? And introduce your character.
My name's Uzi I'm a plasmoid. I'm a barbarian fighter multi-class. The way I fight is bare hands, kind of like a lucha libre. And currently, I'm still wearing the masquerade mask that I've like adorned using my slime, like holding like the topaz dragon horns and the topaz dragon teeth. And for the fangs, I've actually moved two of the topaz dragon teeth to my mouth to like imitate fangs.
Fabulous. That being said, is
And
this.
for my
You all receive your long rest as long as you get 6 out of the 6 different scenes that could be possible this evening, starting with our dear friend Oozey. What do you do for your long rest?
I tuned to my belt.
And what did you roll?
Uh, I'll have to go back and look. Give me a moment while I check Discord.
Not a problem. We'll come back to you. Dearest Cora, you sit there next to Amph, the two of you sleeping away the day, waiting for the other ship, the Bullet, to rendezvous with your own as you lay course to Waterdeep. What do you do on your long rest, you and Amph?
I would be attuning to my belt of giant strength first and foremost.
Roll athletics or arcana. An Amph?
Nope, re-rolling that. 28.
You successfully attune, and the buckle goes snapping around your waist. It clenches into your skin and feels awfully tight, like one of those, well, corsets you had to wear back when you were growing up with the Coven. However, now with the Brood, you can wear what you want. Please, Cora, introduce your character.
Indeed. So my character's name is Cora Bloodworth. She is, well, on paper at least, she is a Dampier. She is an what is it? Eldritch Knight, Arcane Knight, Eldritch Knight, Eldritch Knight fighter who got turned into a lich and a vampire at the same time, and she's experiencing some interesting after effects as a result of that. To be sure. So to be evil or not to not be evil is the question on Cora's mind.
That being said, Amph, introduce your character.
Beside Cora wakes an Osmar woman wearing a emerald green noble dress, and she has golden blonde hair. She jumps up with a start out of the bed.
And you look around. You see a fine room. There's a bear fur cover, and there seems to be some ritual altars on top of it. Beside the bed, you also see the remnants of a dragon that fades to ash, Cora's recent dragon form.
Am I able to try to recall details of the conversation?
You awaken, stirred and forgetful. You're unsure how you've become a full-fledged vampire as you peer as your nails have turned into claws almost, and your teeth, well, they seem much sharper than before, and you notice even the flickering of a candle bothers your eyes for a moment. What do you do for your long rest?
I want to use one of my warlock abilities. Just give me 1 second. Let me find the exact thing.
Oozey,
Yes,
you were
I wanted
able
to
to
study my
attune.
tome. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. One moment. Oozey, you were able to attune, by the way, and you have successfully gathered your strength for your, what item was it?
Belt of Storm Giant Strength.
Fantastic. The belt goes clipping onto your waist also. It's a bit tight, kind of like those corsets you had to wait. That being said, Wamph, what were you saying again? You received what?
I was going to use the time to study my grimoire, my hunter's grimoire. I
like
sent
it.
you the huge list.
Why not roll me a history check?
Okay. You know what? I'll take it. 11.
Now, what is the specific creature or person you're trying to divulge?
So I'm actually still using the same since I haven't changed the name in the book. It's still the person who gave me the black rose. It's Ame.
You can sense she's nowhere near you. But, as the book begins to scribe, You see the letters WATRDEEP, and then a district name. Seems to be near the heel. That's near the Royal District. Usually odd-end shops, like thrifts and gangbusters.
All right, and what is her current vulnerabilities or flaws?
Well, it's odd. As you turn the pages and begin to peer, you see it say, Torpor, my dear.
Okay, I got a code blue or whatever color. I'll be right back.
Excellent. Dante, please introduce your character.
Hello, I am playing Dante. He is a human fighter subclassed in Eldritch Knight. Um, he made a mistake last session and wished to become a vampire, and that resulted in him becoming physically about several hundred years younger. Um, so now he is a spry 19-year-old Dante who is completely un. He's become a demon again. He undid all of the progress he had been doing, and now he is repossessed and very, very angry at a lot of things, specifically vampires.
I agree they can be a bit of a pest. That being said, what are you doing for your long rest?
I imagine he didn't really have a long rest because his long rest was, I guess, coming to terms with the fact that he is uh, a boy again. Well, not really a boy, but young again. So he was probably just like, damn. So, but if I had to do a long rest, I mean, it would probably just be like sitting. You know, he doesn't really have a lot of items to have to do. No more actions.
Excellent. As the boat begins to sway, you hear the clinking of planks as all three of the ships are interlinked with each other now, as they full steam ahead towards Waterdeep. Cora, you hear a knock at your door. Oh, Oozey. As you wake up from your long rest, you see your wall has, well, repaired itself. Remember, Cora had blasted half of the ship to pieces, and that manifestation must be the work of some good mending spell. Dante, what is your passive perception?
15.
If you have a 14 or higher, you smell, well, it seems like twig smoke going through the deck. Cora, do you answer the door as you hear another knock again?
I answer the door, but knowing how answering doors goes, I'm answering it with a weapon. I mean, like, I have the greatsword in one hand. No, okay, so it's like pointed. It's like in reverse grip, you know. So it's pointed behind her, but she can access it if something weird goes on, and she opens the door.
As you do, you see standing there a familiar face, Lyla, the second in command. She stares at you with wide eyes and short, crimped hair. Her helmet is off. She holds it in her hand. She stares up at you with tears in her eyes. Captain, Commander Rid is dead. She grasps the top of her forehead.
I see. What happened?
I was hoping you would tell me. Last I saw was just a collection of dust that swung by my face, and I swear I could smell him one last time.
At trying to be emotional here, guys. I I'm not sure I could say. When when did you realize that he was no longer with us?
As I said, I was above deck. I was just simply watching the deckhand swab the blood from the recent feeding, and then I felt a piece of ash on my cheek. As I tasted it, it reminded me of him.
No, no,
She.
no, no, no. When? When?
Oh, just moments ago. Do you know anything of this?
No, no, because I was in my chambers.
Very well.
Is there somebody still on the ship?
That I don't know. I've asked one of the other leads to try and locate something about him, and no one has been able to find him as of yet. The Baron, though, Baron, I believe his name is Cord. He's roughly new to the brood, recently signed his notes or books. He'd like to have an audience with you and the other barons about what you all plan to do at Waterdeep. We'll be there, well, within 3 hours.
Fine. In the meantime, have everyone search the ship from top to. I'm sorry. Have everyone search the ship from top to bottom, as the gods are my witness. If the person who did this is still aboard this ship, we are going to find them and make an example out of them. In the meantime, I'm going to get all of the barons together and we can discuss this. When you're finished, come and meet us.
Roll me a deception check.
I'm not lying. I'm not actively trying to deceive anyone. 17.
Captain Cora, would you care if I got you some of our new formula tea? It's made with raspberries now instead of strawberries, which gives it a little tang and mint flavored kick to it sometimes.
Yes, 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 that's all well and good. Just get me a cup of it, would you?
Of course, I'll send out the rest of our men to search every ship from top to bottom. I'll have a report within the hour. And what would you like for me to tell, well, Baron Cord?
I'm sorry, pertaining to what?
The briefing of Waterdeep?
Oh, yes, get all of the barons together, and once you're finished combing the ship, meet us.
Very well. Within the hour. She scurries away, wiping the tears and placing the helmet back upon her head. Cora, what do you do now?
Well, presumably we're trying to get this meeting together so we can discuss what's going to go down. So all of the barons um are going to be, in the war room discussing business. So she's going around rounding everyone up, party members included.
Everyone roll me a perception check.
God, it's 103.
15.
Coming down the hall, you hear the clicking of heels. Bloodborne, introduce your new character.
My name is Axel Demon Water. I'm a Path the Ancestral Guardian Barbarian multi-classed with Paladin. And I'm ex-married to Arya Bloodstone.
Formerly.
Formerly, yes.
Arya Bloodstone. Well, she met her end years ago. Actually, it was just moments, as she was burned to a crisp by a beholder's evil eye. That being said, roll me a perception check.
Seven.
Dante, as you lay in your bed, debating what to do next with your new body, however young it may be, you stare around your room and you hear the flipping of a page from that book over by the table. And suddenly you hear the softest of whispers. Oh, very nice, very nice. Ooh. Oh my. Welcome back, Amph. And what do you do with Amph as you're in the room? Cora recently heard that she must collect the barons within the hour as they are to discuss their plans for Waterdeep.
I'm sorry. I heard Amph and then I didn't hear anything else. That was probably on my end.
Amph. Cora recently learned that she must collect all of the barons. There is to be some sort of discussion about the plans to speak with the lords of Waterdeep. The baron pressing this issue is Cord. He is, well, a widower as of late.
She's gonna say, Cora, I would be happy to help you with that if you'd be willing to help me with something.
Cora closes the door and stares back at you, and I believe she has returned.
Indeed. I was always here, but
She was lost in thought.
right. And what might that be?
I have an ex-friend that I need to pay a visit.
Yes, and you need me there because
Because I believe she deserves a stake through her heart.
well, why didn't you say so in the first place? Anyone who harms my friends for any reason will suffer an extreme That she stops herself. Excuse me. And she just grabs her sword.
I just want to say, whenever you said friend, you're gonna see Amph give out the slightest inclination of a smile.
Now, are they on my ship?
No, they're in Waterdeep.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
Well,
killed two birds with one stone.
I would be more than happy to pay her a visit with you.
Dante. Your door shuts on its own as it suddenly opened, also on its own. The book by your table now gone. Bloodborne, or Bloodstone, roll me another perception check. And Oozey, roll me a perception check also as you notice half of your wall blown out in front of you.
24.
Bloodstone burns a point of inspiration and thankfully sees a book levitating on its own walking into the far room. Well, the door shuts on its own again. That's the door on the left. I'll ping it here shortly. What do the rest of you do, or I speed up the time?
I'll start heading towards the door that I heard slam.
Definitely. Well, I'm just getting the meeting set up, and I'm getting somebody to like bring drinks down or the formula or whatever, and making the places at the table like the round, excuse me, table and everything, so everything's nice and set up for everyone. I'm not doing it myself, of course not. I'm just overseeing that.
Are you choosing this room here to hold the meeting with the barons?
That should suffice.
Excellent. That being said, you are all informed, each of you, at least if you're a baron, of a recent meeting. Lyla looks at you, Bloodstone, for a moment and she smiles. If you need anything, let me know, she says as she hands you a cup of tea with some mint in it. It has raspberries in it now. Don't mind the iron. And she walks by with the tray and hands one to each one of the barons, letting them know of the meeting in an hour. That being said, Oozey, you walk up to the door. It's currently closed. Do you open it?
Well, I'll open it.
As you do, you see a small study. It has a furnace, and a witch of some kind seems to be sitting there cross-legged with her witchy hat at one side. She has a staff on her left and a long sword on her right. She smiles at you, and you can tell that her facade seems to be cracking, as her spell seems to be older than you know. Roll me a wisdom save. You see a delightful woman, at least in the mid of her life. What do you do next?
I, actually, hold up. This is a spell effect, right?
Correct.
Sweet, I get advantage.
Fantastic.
Nat 20.
Receive a point of inspiration. In front of you is not a young woman, instead, an old crone, aged in time, who seems to be almost rotting from the outside in. A piece of her forehead shows her skull as she smiles in your direction. Patches of hair under her witchy hat hide what could be lice.
I'm so sorry to bother you. I just heard a door slam and wanted to make sure everything was okay. Can I assist you with anything?
Roll me a perception check.
17.
You see her slide a book underneath the couch she seems to be sitting on. She stands and you hear the cracking of bones. She smiles again at you. Hello. Welcome. Well, sit down, please. I beg of you. Oozey, is it correct? Baron? Now?
Of course, no problem. Uh, it seems there's only one other place to sit is right next to you, okay?
Of course. Her tongue seems to ripple as she sits back down again. She puts her arm near your shoulder. Oozey, I've much to speak with you. You see, she snaps her finger, and you hear another cracking of the bones, and tea appears in front of her. She chimes with glasses of yours and sips her own. You all have done incredible things. I do agree. But creating an imbalance of reality, striking a chord in the pages yourselves without any fair warning to the rest of us, well, you've all been marked.
By what?
Oozey, do you still have that tattoo in your eye?
Yeah, I don't see any reason I wouldn't.
You look around, and you see there in your hand, there on your palm, a marking. It looks like some sort of arcane sigil. Quickly, roll me a con save.
14.
Like a ripple through time itself, you all feel the effects within your guts. Each of you roll me a con save immediately.
Do you need me to roll another one as well?
No, sir.
You said each of you, as in everyone on the boat, or like within a certain distance?
Each of you.
25.
I got 14.
6.
The storm picks up from outside, and Amph, you feel a burning in your fingertips. You turn and you see the arcane sigil in your hand. Roll me an Arcana save.
A what? Sorry?
An Arcana check. Arcana.
Okay. Sorry, you said save it first. I got so confused.
Well, you know I'm playing 6.0 by now.
I am re-rolling that with one of my inspirations. You know what? I'll take it. That's a lot better.
That being said, is this, you know it's a mocking. It's done by some deeper time magics. However, its origin is lost to you, to your memories. You remember the books of Saul might be of use to you, or some library in Waterdeep. That being said is also this. You can tell that the arcane sigil may not ever come off.
Interesting.
The rest of you, what are you doing before the scene with Oozey continues?
Is Amph allowed in action as well?
Of course.
After noticing her fangs and basically her vampiric nature now, she's immediately gonna go into the washroom. I don't know if these are like walls that were knocked down or what.
They are.
Okay. She's gonna start the water, and then she's gonna go to stick her hand under it.
Is that one of your flaws, my dear?
It is not.
And you feel no effect. However, when you run the water over the ward, it seems to burn. However, it has no real damaging effect. You may roll religion.
You know what? I will roll religion. 18.
You can tell that it's something deeper, darker magics from the hells of Avernus. Only water would cause your skin to burn, especially if a demon had cursed you itself.
Fine. Sounds like I'll just stick it into the eternal flame of Avernus then. She
Sounds
says
like a
jokingly
fine
to
choice.
herself.
What did you say?
She says as a joke to herself. Why would she put herself through that?
With that, we're going to take a small 5-minute break and let you all grab your senses as you feel the waters begin to turn. Actually, before you all decide to walk away, roll me a nature check.
23.
18 again.
Those of you who roll 15 or higher can feel the water begin to sway against the ships, even though the motors are running and the arcane thrusters are thrusting. That being said is also this. Dearest Cora, you receive a letter from the Commander Lyla. I will send it to you during our break. And also, Bloodstone. You feel something else in the water. Something darker. Something evil. Something that seeks justice.
Really quick, before we leave the table, may I roll a quick perception check? I just want to see if Cora is affected by the water.
You may.
I'd also like to roll an insight check to see if there's any harmful spells or anything like that surrounding me.
You may roll an Arcana check instead. Amph, you can tell that Cora is not affected by running water either. Her skin doesn't burn, and you notice from the palm of her hand ash fall off, almost like rubbed off sulfur.
Okay, good. Means I don't have to keep as close of an eye on her.
Oozey, from under her dress, with your keen perception, you're able to tell that there's something hiding and rumbling around underneath. It moves every now and then, and she kicks her leg like it's supposed to be some breeze that drafted in. And with that, we take our 5-minute break. See you at 12 after.
See ya.
Okay, is it okay if I throw out a theory of what the thing in the water is?
Of course.
It's the old dude that we threw over before, the one that we knocked unconscious that was fishing, that was around during the whole summoning thing that one of the old Bloodstones did.
Dark.
I mean, bro did sprout gills.
Yes, we had to go a little bit of sliders this episode, after everything switched to rude last round. Now
Who are
remember,
you talking to?
Oh, I was talking a bit to you, but a little bit to everybody. So just be prepared for some curveballs. When we return at 12 past, we'll have everyone roll Gambit again and work scenes from there, as different things will be occurring. That being said, is this as the storm begins to swirl and a natural force in the water is felt to the guts of our dearest Bloodstone. Everyone, roll me Gambit.
17.
$31.
15.
Oozey, you feel
28.
warmth from the furnace that seems to be in the room near you, and the witch scowls for a moment in your direction and then smiles again. So, I've come to discuss what we do next. She places the teacup onto the table.
Well, what's the situation?
I believe it's best that we try to return things to their ultimate position.
Do you mean for the roll of the dice?
Is that what you used? You see her stare off in the distance, staring at the furnace. Her eyes begin to glow, red bubbles crack upon them like glass. And then, somber again, she turns in your direction. What do you know of them?
Nothing. They were made from a deck of many things. A friend, now deceased, was trying to summon something, and it summoned something, and what it did is it took the dice that were in a room created by a deck of many things and a spell book that I was studying and fused them into the dice, creating a new form of a deck of many things. I rolled them out desperation. I had no other choice and got lucky. And now the dice are gone. Seem to have been a one use only sort of deal.
May I see them? No, you don't have them. Sorry, my mind, it goes. Amph.
No. Okay.
Oh, sorry, Oozey, what's that?
Oh, I said, no, it's okay.
Kind. She grabs your hand, and you feel her frail skin. Amph, what are you doing on your turn, my friend?
I am gonna go with Cora to the Baron meeting, but I'm not gonna do much anything else. You know what? Actually, I'm gonna guidance Cora, and then I'll end my turn.
There in the doorway, Amph, you see a familiar face. The Baron. Cord. He has a long beard that almost hits the floor, and it's dried from blood from years before. His eyes stare at you. They're gentle. He smiles. Dearest Amph, it's so good to see you.
I'm sorry. Was this the old man that I saw yesterday or last time, or no?
Yes,
The
he is
old
one
man.
of the
Okay.
elders.
She politely bows, or sorry, she politely curtsies, and she says, "The same to you." I don't believe I've caught your name though.
Perhaps it was that time encased in glass. He stares and points at a broken glassed case. You have no recollection of it. However, you may try. Roll me a wisdom check.
10.
You try, but unfortunately, you are unable to elect anything. He smiles. That's fine. I came to talk to you before the summit. Would you care to meet me in the menagerie?
Of course.
I'm adding a vampire token now.
He'd be kind of hot if he got rid of the nose ring.
He walks into the menagerie and you see what looks like green mist. Roll a nature check.
Yeah, you know what? I don't care too much. There's a 2.
You begin to inhale the fragrant aroma, and your throat begins to clasp. He walks over to a stone in one of the planters. He rubs your hands also with the stone, and then flicks the sides of his nose. He says, "Do that, you'll be able to breathe. If you have to."
We're vampires, right?
Correct.
Vampires don't have to breathe.
Correct. Sometimes we like the illusion.
Yeah, she'll mirror what he just did, just for the sake of pleasing him.
I came to discuss with you about the plans that Cora has.
Oh, I'm all ears. Go ahead.
That being said is this. He stares at you. I believe she's up to something.
Between me and you, I trust Cora with my life. So if she's up to something, I'll probably help her.
He begins to hackle and laugh. She was the one that put you in that glass.
I'm gonna insight check that. I'm actually gonna use inspiration on that one.
Take one of mine.
Are you serious? Just take one of yours? Okay.
Yeah.
Ugh. That was even worse for me. You know what? I'm gonna use one more inspiration. That'll bring me down to 5 left. Okay. There we go. 21.
You can tell in his vampiric heart he believes every word he just spoke. You see his face go pale and his eyes go wide. My dear Amph, I forgot. I have something I must take care of immediately before we all rendezvous into the music room. Was there anything else you needed of me, great lady?
No, there's not. She's gonna head back to where Cora is, because I'd like to have a conversation with Cora.
You walk
Cora,
into
you
the
back?
room with Cora. You see her laying on the bed. Cora, if you're with us, knock 3 times.
I'm here.
Welcome. You see
Hey,
Amph
can
in
you
a
wait
hurry.
a second? I'm sorry, this is very important.
We can blue alert. We'll
Are
come
you
back.
Hmm?
Do you want us to blue alert? We'll come back.
What?
I'm sorry, you said this is very important. I thought you were referring to something else, my darling.
No. I said, if are you able to hear something in the background? Like, are you able to hear background noise on my end?
Nope. Noise suppression's working.
Okay,
Agreed.
good. Because my AC is on. I just wanted to make sure that you couldn't hear it because it was off and I was dying. So
Fair.
yeah, even at night, which is insane. But I'm sorry. Continue.
Amph, the floor is yours.
So, Cora, you watch Amph walk back into the room, and she's just mainly staring at you. It's not a death stare, more of a curiosity is overwhelming her. She gets up beside the bed, and she says, I was just informed that you put me in a glass cage. Is that correct?
I put you in a glass cage. What the hell?
That's
Why
what
have I
the
put
elder
you in a
vampire
cage?
told
Who
me.
told you that? I'm sorry, repeat that.
That's what the elder vampire told me.
And you would take that old fuck's word over mine? I'm telling you, I never put you in a glass box.
That's why
Where's this even
I
coming
didn't come in here to kill you.
from?
You're
Oh,
more of my friend than he is. And so I just wanted to hear your word on it.
well, how touching, how touching. I would have been helpless, I'm sure. But who said that again? I'm going to go cave his fucking face in.
I'm going to roll an insight check against you as well.
Hmm? Oh,
I'm
no
going to
need
roll.
to it. I'm telling the truth.
Okay. Yeah. She was probably going to believe you anyways because I was going to roll it at disadvantage because
Yeah.
she trusts you.
No.
But
No, but she says that with her whole chest, like no shadow of a doubt.
okay.
Bloodstone,
Yeah.
roll me an Arcana, Religion, or History check.
That's a 12, so I'm gonna use inspiration again. Nine.
You can feel the eerie presence of something foul in the water, but you're unable to determine exactly what it might be. That being said, is this Oozey back in the tea room? What are you doing next?
Now, I hope this doesn't offend you, but I do have a favor to ask. Whatever it is that's hiding under your dress, just reveal it now instead of later. If we're going to work together in any sort of capacity, we shouldn't be hiding such trivial matters.
She leans near you, and you see her face turn as sour as apples from a crab tree. Roll me a persuasion check.
Inspiration, I'm using inspiration. I regret my decision.
Are you burning another point of inspiration, my darling, or no?
I would if I could. Unless anybody's kind enough to offer one up.
I'll give you one.
Thank you. Okay, I'm accepting my fate. The dice want me to fail this.
Oh, I'll show you, all right. She begins to hackle and laugh, and you see the scepter grab into her hand and the sword into the other. She begins to float up, and the dress reveals some sort of figure with gnarly legs of tan and gray. And then you see a loincloth, a gut hanging out over the sides, and he's thumbing the pages through a book. It's a bald hobgoblin with large tusks. It smiles at you, and she says, "Roll initiative." And then suddenly the ship is hit from the side by some beast in the water. All of you must roll me a dex save first.
That would be an 8 on that dex save. I am going to murder these stupid D&D Beyond dice.
That's a 7, so I'm gonna use another point of inspiration. A 10, so another one.
Cora, you receive advantage as you're currently in the boat.
Okay. 15. Let
I
me know
meant
if
the
that's not
bend.
sufficient.
Sorry, what's that, darling?
Let me know if it's not sufficient. I'll roll an additional d10.
I got a 19.
The ship trembles in such a way that you feel the very core of its iron sides begin to crack. If you rolled a 15 or higher, you successfully stood your ground. However, if you did not, you fall prone. Announce it now.
One question really quick. Since Cora's right next to Amph, would Amph also get advantage or no?
I'll permit it.
Yippee!
I fell prone.
Dante falls to the floor.
I fell prone.
Dante, what did you roll? A 12?
Yeah.
You roll out of bed with a sickening thud. Everyone, roll initiative.
I got an 18.
I got a nat 2024.
I got a 6.
I have a 22.
I got a
Once again, if
24.
somebody has the alert and wants to switch, they can.
Same here. Please.
Wait, do I have that feat? Oh, wait, there was one feat that I never took. DM?
The waters swirl around the ship, and Cora grasps her chest and hopes for some sort of assistance from the great beyond, high or low.
I'm gonna lowball it.
Unfortunately, it was high. You will receive your feet on your next long rest.
Hooray. I was saying that facetiously. But yeah, 6.
All of you feel the ship begin to turn around on itself. You're unsure exactly why. Roll me a nature or perception check now.
19.
23.
The lucky number for tonight is 15 high. That being said is this. My darlings, as the ship begins to turn around, you can feel a force from outside of it. And those of you with a keen perception of 18 or higher can see claws on the side of the ship begin to appear. They're light, but they're there. You can tell the ship is beginning to splinter. Dante, what do you do?
The ship is falling apart. Did I hear that correctly?
Something outside of it. You hear the screeching sounds of metal from claws. You're unsure what it might be.
Oh, fun.
But you might soon find out. Everyone, roll me a dexterity save.
Wait a minute, we just did that. Another one?
Unfortunately, as Dante peers around the room, he tries to decide what to do, and you see the buckling of the sides of the ship struck by some sort of magic.
22.
19.
14.
14.
Lightning seems to ripple through, and you see it turn green. Those of you who did not roll 20 or higher are going to be taking 24 points of damage as you are shortly electrocuted.
Youch.
Those of you who failed, say aye.
I.
I.
Doesn't do much. quite a bit of health, but ouch.
Dante, you see water begin to splinter the ship, and it begins to pour in slow.
I don't know if that was a sneeze or not, but bless you. So he sees water coming into the ship, and he's just gonna start shitting his pants because he's like, "Wow, this is literally the only thing I didn't want to happen." So he's just gonna run out of his room and into the hallway.
Amph, you're up next.
So Cora did fall, correct?
No. Did I? No.
No.
I passed.
Okay. As long as you pass.
Yeah, I passed.
I want to run out in the hallway and see what is up. I don't know if I have the movement for it. Hold on. Actually, I'll just stay here with Cora. I think I'm just gonna ready an action. If an enemy comes in, I'm gonna cast Chill Touch on them.
Baron Oozey, you are up. You hear the crackling of the sides of the ship, and with your passive perception of 12? 13?
16.
Ooh, even better. You hear water trickling in down the hall. The ship is becoming asunder.
Well, first I'll use half of my movement so I'm no longer prone. I'm going to bonus action rage, and then I'm going to attempt to hit this bitch with an unarmed attack. Does a 35 hit?
You hear her scream, ay, 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 as magic begins to swirl around her staff. You knock her prone, though, from her levitating self, and you see the hobgoblin from underneath her. Roll damage.
That will be 18 bludgeoning damage. Does a 21 hit?
It does.
She's now grappled. And you said there was the hobgoblin as well, right? Yep. Okay then.
They throw the book onto the floor and they ready their weapons. They pull out sabers on either end of them. They magically appear and glisten with gold.
Does
Check me.
a 31 does a 31 hit the hobgoblin?
Dwarf, you're echoing.
31 does hit the hobgoblin.
Then they're grappled as well. And I'm going to keep holding them at that distance for now.
So you are grappling both of them with both of your arms, is that correct?
Yes.
Excellent. The ship begins to sway. And Dante, roll me perception as you begin to walk away.
I got a 22.
I had to move the water, darling, sorry. As you peer around the corner, just behind you, back on your bed where the water is streaming in, you see claws, large ones, giant ones to be in fact. They begin to try and pull the ship apart. Dante, be a lamb and roll me 1d20.
No. Oh. I had a 19.
The iron sides pull back like taffy, and you see water ripple in, and the dragon's tail ripple away from its clever attack. Roll me a dexterity save as the water pours in.
15.
Thankfully, you steady your feet. The weird water has rippled up to your knees.
Oh boy. God.
Can
Just scroll
is
back.
it possible to use a free action to tell if this water is real or if it's like magical water? Basically, I just want to know if the ship is flooding.
You may use your action and roll Arcana, or Nature, or History, or Survival.
The
Okay.
ship is being
It's
ripped
no
apart.
longer my turn, and I have a readied action. So thank you.
Is it still my turn?
Dante, if you have an action, you may use it, unless you sprinted or double moved.
So is this water? Is this a hole in the ship, or is this just water?
It's a hole in the ship, and the water is pouring in from the ocean.
That's freaking amazing.
You see fish glide through the hole, and a lobster tries to claw at it.
I'm gonna cast Misty Step and just teleport across the gap. Just barely. Dude, my cat is pissing me off.
Cora, you're up.
I'm up. I had a 6. I'm up.
You're up.
Okay. Uh. So where am I again?
I believe you are still in bed.
Still in bed. Oh, okay. Well, I would probably get out of bed and see what the hell is going on, first and foremost.
As you step out of bed, you can hear the cracking of the iron sides, and water begins to pour in with your passive perception. You can hear that down the hall. Amph is by your side. She readies an attack. And you see the splintering of your own hall next to your bed begin to crack.
So the ship is. Can I glean whether or not like the ship is an imminent falling sinking territory?
You may roll history for an exact, but however, are you trained in history at all?
Yes.
Then I'll give it to you for free. The ship could possibly be sinking, quite possibly, yes.
Okay. So, really, I wasn't expecting to have to do this. I would like to get to the top deck of the ship as quickly as possible, if you would.
That being said, as this Cora dashes towards the top deck, she sees behind her Dante begin to flash. Water ripples out of his room. There's no sign of Oozey, and there's some stranger in the hallway who reminds you of a bloodborne. And then, the echoing sound of a yell, a scream from someone looking for blood. Revenge! Justice! Give it to me now! And then you hear lightning and thunder and the rippling of water. And we take a 10-minute break.
Dante, Wakata.
Cora, I'm gonna move your character here in just a moment.
Okay, I'm texting you something. It's not really a secret. The reason why I'm telling you is that I feel like if you describe it, like out of the blue, it might have more dramatic effect.
Man, who'd we piss off?
How far would we be away from shore? Do you know?
What's your passive history?
13. I'm asking more or less than 500 feet.
Oh, more.
Okay. Yeah, that's all I needed.
I was trying to figure out leagues, and I was like, well, it's quite a bit, darling.
Yeah, I bet you can guess why I asked more or less.
Yes, I do have an inkling, but remember, the bullet and the larder ship, the Cross, are still, well, planked together with the Sparrow as the trio of them are going forward. You're unable to determine exactly what might be happening with the other ships currently.
So I have a question. Just out of curiosity, could I bury somebody in the like gardening room?
Of course, you can try.
You want me
They
to
would get
roll
buried
for
in the
that
water
now?
first.
Cora,
I'm sorry?
what were you saying?
I said, do you want me to try now?
No,
do you
on
want me
your
to roll?
turn. Unless you had a held action, darling. Is it your turn still?
No,
Did you go?
I never use my action, only my movement.
Oh, darling, I thought you double movement. Okay, let me move your
No, no,
character.
no. Okay, so I did the movement, and then I'm using my. Oh wait, no. So then my turn goes away because I'm using my. I'm sorry. I'm using my action to cast True Polymorph. So that's the end of my turn. I'm in the water now. Like I jumped into the ocean, and then I'm doing my transformation, and then I will do the other thing when it comes back to me.
I would agree with whoever dotted that mark that when you get to the water, you will be safe to frolic in the mists of the ocean without damaging the ship further. However, until then, we must move you. Let me see.
Indeed. I'll start moving myself. It's just that I have so many tabs open. No.
I moved you back to the bed.
Oh dear. Sorry.
I've moved it 3 times myself. Let me scoot it again.
Do
Uh,
you?
You know you can lock it, right?
I was just about to say, Oozey, if you want to lock it for me, that would be fabulous. But no, I haven't figured out that button.
L?
Oh, just to click on it, and you know there's different options for things.
I
There's
just
gonna
got
be
it.
a
Thank you.
little lock you can just.
Gonna have a Ritz cracker.
Also, Cora, do you have enough movement
Yeah.
to jump into the water and to cast this polymorph spell?
Well, I'm not. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. I'm not. I'm not using the dash action. I'm just using my movement, and then using my action.
What's your movement speed?
35 feet.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think you can even get out of the room.
Weird. In that case, new plan. I'm kicking through the wall. Yeah. Just I think I have a port
Y-
window, so I'm just kicking through the wall. and then jumping in and then casting the polymorph spell on my next turn.
So kaiju battle.
Yeah, DM. So I'm going to try and go through the wall in that case.
Cora.
Yeah.
As you peer at the wall, you feel the tender pull against your chest, the same that you reached for earlier for some sort of assistance or guidance. You may roll either strength or arcana to break down the rest of the wall.
Is athletics applicable or a straight strength check?
I will allow athletics.
Oh, it says break something. Okay, fine. Is a 24 sufficient?
You're able to crack in the hull of the ship, and water begins to spew in, not as steadily and fast as Dante's, but to each their own, they say. You're able to extend your hand, high or low.
High.
And you believe it is enough to be able to cast your spell and wheel yourself out into the ocean.
Well, that was my Does that count as an action?
Correct.
Okay, so then I'm just like shimmying my way out of the side with unorthodox, I know, and that's going to end my turn.
Great, you got water on me.
Listen, desperate times call for desperate measures. I don't have enough movement speed. I'm going through the fucking wall. Or actually, she's going through the wall. That's her philosophy, not mine. So don't shoot the messenger.
I'm just imagining Cora in that petticoat with those leather pants trying to push herself through this hole in the hull of the ship as water is spraying in, and Amph's just like, I'm ready for anything.
Ruined, hair ruined, immaculate outfit. It was couture. It's ruined.
I'll just press it after this fight. We gotta look our best.
Could always buy something in town, I suppose. But if we're all at the bottom of the ocean, you know.
That's a waste of money when prestidigitation exists.
Fair.
Hey, I'm chill. I'm pretty much just wearing a belt and a cape, pretty much.
Oozey.
Hey, of course.
Oozey. The chains begin to rattle on the floor. They pound with her heartbeat. You hear them under her dress, and they appear like swarming snakes from out from under her as she lies prone and grappled. Roll me. Or actually, what is your DC for your grapple? Is it 21?
21.
You see the chains roll up around the sides of your arms that are grappled to her 10 feet away. She smiles again, the same eerie, inviting smile. The teacup has rattled and fallen to the floor and crashed. There's tea everywhere, and so are chains as they approach your neck. What is your AC?
14.
They wrap around you, and they begin to almost smile back at you. For just a moment, you swear they did. Roll me a con save.
Is this considered a spell?
Yes.
18.
With that being said, sharp, piercing, barbs appear at the end. On cue, they all slash like ants. She is the queen, after all, of something, you reckon? That witch hat must be a crown. You take 17 points of piercing damage. I lied. Necrotic.
I might have something for that. Give me a moment.
We'll return it back up top of rounds here in just a couple minutes.
Is this considered a necromancy spell?
Yes.
I will be using a charge on my Scarab of Protection, and essentially the spell just doesn't work.
The barbs clatter to
I
the
can do
floor
this
like glass and they shatter. You see her frown. She hits the side of the ground with her fist. You hear bones crack, and suddenly, opposed strength checks.
Wait, strength check?
Strength check, yes.
27.
High or low?
High.
Suddenly, from under the floorboards, they begin to rattle, and they crack and splinter. More chains appear, one behind you, and then another to your left, another to your right. High or low?
Low.
Unfortunately, they're able to grab your arms and wrap around your neck again. High or low?
Low.
You are currently nearly paralyzed. You're unable to move, keep that in mind. However, you are able to perform actions as normal.
Is there anything I can do to unparalyze myself on my turn?
You may try and pull up the chains with some sort of strength save. Dante, you're up. The water rushes just behind you. Luckily, you're out of its way. What do you do as you walk down the hall and see Bloodstone? Bloodstone, did we ever get to you? Did you take your turn, darling?
No.
Oh, take it now. Sorry, on my screen you looked a bit like an NPC. I apologize.
Crazy.
So where am I at right now, currently?
You are currently in the hallway. You see water rippling at your 4 feet in front of you.
I'm gonna go upstairs to the deck. Run upstairs to the deck.
Move your character. Dante, what are you doing?
So can I just like do an action of just can I just also go up to the top deck, or am I gonna have to like do movement?
To run back up top deck, it's going to take you about 2 rounds, which you can do, but it is going to take about 2 rounds to do so. Technically 3, from what I can tell by the math. You all do hear the clattering and splintering of wood near the north side of the hallway, and Oozey is still missing.
Oh no.
I'll use those 3 rounds to make my way up to the top deck.
Bloodstone, do you do the same?
Yeah.
This vampire that was in the hallway just despawned.
Bloop, bloop. They started running above deck, last round or so. That being said is this. Amph, you're up.
Sorry about that. I was muted. Yeah. So
You're wet.
I see Bloodworth going up to the top deck. Is that correct or no?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. I'm gonna use the dimensional door, and I'm gonna go directly above me onto the next floor.
Amph, as you appear, dimensioning dooring to the top deck. Oh wait, top deck or just the deck above?
Oh, to the top. Sorry.
Excellent. Just wanted to clarify. That being said, you appear back at top deck and rain hits you like pellets in the face. You stare and you see lightning crackle in the background, and a wisping tail of a dragon surfing around the Sparrow. Its claws try to dig into the planks to separate it from the bullet and the cross.
Considering I still have movement, I'm gonna go to the boat that is closest to me, and I want to start trying to get it down, but I do not have an action left, so I'm just gonna stand beside it.
Alright, that being said, I'm going to try and place your character here on the board and see if it stays. We'll find out here momentarily. That being said, Amph, high or low?
I'm feeling a 14. Let's go high. I know it's a D100.
That being said is this. Luckily for you, it is high, and you're closest to the bullet. Roll me a perception check.
15.
That being said is this. As you roll that lucky 15, you see over there in the distance. Well, it looks like Captain... Cord. He seems to be taking the helm of the bullet ship. He seems to be... No, it can't be. He's trying to pull the ship away from each other by cracking the planks himself. A glowing orb appears on his chest, and you hear some sort of humming, some sort of wisping or summons of some kind. You know he's up to no good. That arcanic pendant glows like a beacon from hell itself.
And that is the end of my turn because I don't have anything else I can do.
That being said is this, we move on to our next dearest friend. I believe it was Oozey again.
So first question, what type of action is it gonna cost to make the check?
Well, you're going to have to try and break her grapple DC, right? So it's going to be a strength check.
No, I mean, is it gonna cost like a bonus action, and
Oh, well, it might be an action, yes, unless you have some way of breaking grapple of some kind. You can try and oppose with an attack, I believe.
I'll attempt to oppose the grapple. Will that be an unarmed strike?
Sure. Grappling in my head just becomes a great big old mess of arrows and circles, so we'll go with it.
I will be using reckless attack. Actually, wait, does a 25 hit?
It does.
Alright then, and do I still have the paralyzed effect?
You cannot move, but you are not fully paralyzed. However, you feel as though if you stay in this condition, you might be. The chains almost feel like they're sucking your life force.
Can I try to roll a check of some sort to break free of it?
You may roll a strength check.
Can I convince you for athletic?
You may.
28.
You break one of the bonds around your neck, however, your arms are still clasped to the chains below deck. You have no rights here, young one. I'll take your soul as well as the others. They're not coming to save you. I've already seen it. You had your chance. You spilt my tea, and now I will take your soul.
You're the one that got aggressive. I'm also going to just yell out help at the top of my lungs.
Everyone with a passive perception of 10 hears Oozey's pleas for help going down like an echo from hell.
And do I have my second attack still?
You do.
Okay then. I'm going to throw the bugbear into the wind.
The hobgoblin?
The hobgoblin, yes, and that was a nat 20, so a 36 total.
High or low?
High.
As you collide the hobgoblin into the witch, for just a moment she smothers into the floor like a pancake. High or low?
Low.
One of the chains break from your left hand, and then, again, from your right. You're completely free from the chains. High or low?
Low.
You know you have nearly a round, maybe two, to get out before she comes to her senses. She's a clatter of bones and dust under the hobgoblin, but you see them rattling together, like some sort of auto animation.
Okay then. I'll just use second wind for my bonus action.
Excellent. Cora, you're up.
Ah, fun. So, not really. One moment, please. Please hold the line.
Moment given.
Thank you. Uh.
Amph, above deck, the rain pours on you. You feel the dampness in your hair, and then a cold chill goes up your spine. You turn back for a moment, and you see a breathing dragon with coarse hair hanging down its snout. It peers at you as its head rolls around like a cat at prey. It speaks. Are you one of them? We'll come back to you. Cora, what are you doing?
Yes, so I am I am casting True Polymorph, and I'm also going to Action Surge. I feel like this is a very appropriate time for that. The ship, once I turn, the ship is still shrinking. I mean, sinking, right?
Correct.
Yeah, so what I'm gonna do, and you can rule this how you'd like. I would like to use. I told you what I was turning into, right? I
Yes.
would like to
Tell us all.
use. Oh, okay, yeah. So I turned into a Leviathan, which is fun. So, I'm going to use my second action, to do a tidal wave. So it says, while submerged, Leviathan magically creates a wall of water centered on itself. Basically, I'm trying to use this wall of water to to um to push the ship along. But like moreover, I'm trying to like carry the ship on like a current towards dry land. So that's what I'm doing.
Is it an action to cast polymorph?
Yes, I use action search, so I get an additional action, and this is what I'm using the additional action for.
Roll me a steady athletics check.
No, it happens automatically. It pushes the the wall moves. I'm sorry, 1 second. I'm sorry. What is the athletics check for?
It is to move the currents and the ship at the same time away from the foul
Oh,
dragon that seems to clasp it with its claws and has the upper hand. You see the back tail of it wisping in front of you. It is currently parleying with someone above deck.
I think I might have to use the rest of my inspiration for this. One moment, please. I have to add the modifier manually. I can't, so I'll just subtract 2. That is a 25. Let me know if that's not sufficient. I'll add a d10.
And this is for the athletics check?
Correct.
Success! You're able to navigate the ships away from the dragon. It scowls at the sea. You see it, Amph, and it dives back down into the ocean.
So it is being pushed along then. That's good. Very good.
Correct. Within 3 rounds, if you're able to keep the ship steady, you'll be able to pull it away from the dragon entirely with your speed.
And if I don't, I might drop the ship and kill everybody instead. So, no pressure, right? No pressure, guys.
Don't drop the ship, bro. It's like don't drop the soap. Don't
Yeah.
drop it.
We'll see. I am known to be a butterfingers. I think I used up all my good luck earlier. That's the end of my turn. Oh god, I'm so scared.
Ditto, dear. Ditto.
I can no longer see the initiative.
Well, that being said, we're back at top of rounds. Dante, you're up.
Did my turn get skipped or no?
No, you went above deck.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah, I'm just gonna keep going to above deck.
High or low?
High.
You slip a bit at the rain and you collide headfirst into the stairwell.
Ouch.
You take 4 points of bludgeoning damage. Bloodstone, high or low?
And helmet.
Hi.
Unfortunately, as you giggle at Dante's misfortune, you also slip on the same puddle on the stairwell and take 3 points of bludgeoning damage. You will both be at the top of the deck by next round. Amph, you're up.
Amph is immediately going to cast charm monster on that creature. It needs to roll a wisdom saving throw.
You see the tail of it wisp into the air just as it goes back down into the water. However, your spell DC is,
16.
and it succeeds, unfortunately. Is there any repercussions for succeeding?
No, just when the spell ends, it knows it was charmed.
Oozey, you're up, unless Amph has any bonus actions, or if she cares to continue upon the bullet.
I've got some free actions that I want to burn. I'm out of spells. Okay. And I just use an action to charm. Okay, how far would you say the boat is away?
The boat is only about 20 feet across the plank. The bullet seems to be pulling away from the harbor. Well, the plank harbor, at least. High or low?
Let's go low.
The metal pierces itself, and you see it begin to tear.
I'm sorry, the boat is tearing? Is that what
The
you're saying?
plank is tearing, I'm sorry. A decision must be made whether to try and cross the plank, or hope that it stays until next round.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm not doing any of that. I'm gonna use my bonus action as a long cape comes out of my back, and I immediately fly 30 feet towards the boat. Do I make it to the boat?
You do. You are above deck. Do you care to venture towards where Captain Cord is, near the back, or stay near the front, where it might be safer?
I'm sorry, one more clarifying question. I thought you said somebody was trying to leave with the boat. Is that incorrect?
No, you are correct. Cora currently is turned into a leviathan and is spinning the sides of the boat, trying to curve it towards Waterdeep, away from the dragon that seeks your doom.
Correct.
Okay, no, sorry, I misinterpreted that. I misinterpreted it as the captain was trying to steal one of the smaller boats and leave himself.
Oh no, he's taking the larger of the three, the bullet, and he is trying to take the ship away from the Sparrow, leaving you without your weaponry.
Yeah, I wanted to jump in his boat, is what I was trying to do.
Yes, I understand. You must make a decision whether to head towards him or away from him on the same boat.
I want to head towards him. Try to get as close as I can with my 30 feet of movement. My ultimate goal is to land on the boat with him.
You stand eye to eye, well, floating in the air next to him. You made the right choice, dear. Get below deck. It's about to get bumpy.
That's cute that you think I'm here to help you. I'm going to activate Cloak of Flies. Is he within 5 feet of me?
He is.
He needs to. He just takes a passive 5 poison damage. No save, no nothing.
It has been noted. You see the green veins appear on his cheeks, and he scowls at you. You made the wrong choice, dear. He swings the helm to the left, and the ship begins to pull even further away, and the planks crack into two pieces, no longer adjoining each other.
Okay, I'll end my turn. Oh, I also do want to note Oh, never mind. That's this creature. Never mind. Yeah, that'll be the end of my turn.
Oozey, I believe you're up. Oh no, I'm sorry. Cora? I believe it's Cora.
Yeah, so I'm continuing to I'm using all of my effort to push the ship as far as possible, as fast as possible. I use it I'll like do an athletics check in conjunction with my movement if it makes a difference.
Ooh, yes. Or Arcana.
Yeah, no, that's worse. So athletics, definitely. That is at 25 again.
Just to make sure, you're using the Leviathans, right?
That's correct. I'm subtracting 2. Because their strength is 10, I'm subtracting 2.
No. 10 strength should mean a +0.
No, the modifier is +10.
Oh, fun. I love that for
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Amph, I updated the map just a bit to give you an idea of where you are in the other ship. It's a bit larger than just a bridge, but I'm going to amp that up hopefully by next round if you're still on it. I have an entire map just for Bullet. I wasn't expecting you all to do this, but, you know, DMing, that's the way it is. That moving on is said, we all roll a new initiative. Top of rounds. What's that?
Wait, what?
Huh? No, I don't think you ever mentioned what my successful athletics check did. I'm just curious what happened.
I'm so sorry. What did you roll in total?
Okay. 25.
That being said, you swirl around the ship and the waves crash against the sides. It peels away, the planks break, and the ship, the Sparrow, is free from the dragon as it tails behind. However, whatever dragon is in the deep ocean dives even deeper into the water.
Fuck 'em.
By next round, Cora, if there's no other attacks, initiative will be completed.
Righty-dighty.
I don't know why, but I can't get D&D Beyond initiative to work. Oh,
Yeah, I'm not seeing it either. Oh, I see it at the top now.
Yo, where'd my initiative go?
All right, everyone roll new initiative, darlings.
Of course, my
Right, I had a good one for once.
I got an 18.
I got a 23.
Of course, I get a nat 20 on fucking
Okay,
initiative.
That's
Somebody,
an
can
initiative
somebody
check.
please switch with me? I need to deal with this whole witch situation like pronto.
You'll be
Nat
fine.
20, 21.
You'll be fine.
Also, somebody has an echo.
Oozey, you have to keep yourself on mute between, darling. It's getting awfully frustrating.
I have been. I've like whenever I'm not talking, I've been keeping my finger off the button. I'm not sure why it's echoing.
We'll give you a delay in between then. It's probably just the Wi-Fi connection. Noted. Amph, what did you get?
7.
And Baron Oozey, you got a 10?
Yeah, does anybody have the alert feat by any chance?
I don't, but I'll give you one of my initiatives. Or
Please.
one of my inspirations.
Thank you.
I love when Apple randomly charges you.
That made it
13.
worse.
You're still going before me, so.
That being said, Cora,
Yes.
high or low?
Gonna highball it this time.
You see the dragon in the water as you spin around the ship. For just a moment, it seems to have disappeared. And then, You notice, it's not aimed at the ship anymore. It's aimed at you.
Of course it is.
Cora,
It's my turn?
what is your AC?
Right now. Oh, hold on. Because the stats are different. It is blah, 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 blah. 17.
It tries to headbutt you, colliding you off of your course. It rolls a 16 in total.
Oh.
Does that hit? No? Yes?
I'm sorry, what was the roll?
17?
It meets, so yes, it hits.
No, I'm sorry, 16 in total. My bad.
No, it does not.
It whiffs near your scales, and then it reels around in a somersault in the water. It approaches again. This time, it connects, hitting your chest for a whopping 13 points of damage.
What kind?
Slashing.
Have it and round down.
6.
Radio. 6 points of damage. I decided to put a little bit of flair on it.
And then, just as it hits your chest, it vanishes from in front of you. You see bubbles whiff around your snout. And then, roll me a con save.
Con save coming right up. Con save, con save. That is a 20. No, yes, 29.
29?
Correctamundo.
Congratulations, you take no damage from some sort of save of necrotic energy that tries to swipe at your back.
Hooray. Black Dragon, I'm guessing.
It's
Wait,
chromatic.
no, it is chromatic, but it can't be. I'll figure it out which one it is later.
Oh, and it swipes with you with its mighty bite. And you take an additional 17 points of piercing damage and 10 necrotic.
I have him round down for the slashing.
8,
And how much was the other one?
10.
So 6 plus 8 plus 10. Duly noted.
Excellent. That being said, is this
It tickles.
Bloodborne, you're up.
Wait, it made its initiative first. Okay, never mind. Continue.
Did you just say blood?
Bloodstone
I'm still going upstairs.
should be on the D&D map. You might have to reload. And what are you doing with your turn?
I don't really know. Because I've mostly just been following Dante.
That being said, the ship seems to be whirling around as splashes hit the side of it. You see a Leviathan crying out, but not really, as it takes some damage. That being said, also, another dragon you see barrels into the diving formation under the ship, and the rain is hitting you in the face. You have noticed a character fly into the sky as you come above deck. It was Lady Amph. You recognize her thanks to your passive history, and she has met eye to eye with Captain Cord in the other ship, the Bullet. He seems to be trying to pull away. Are you going to try to assist her in some way?
Yes.
I will
How?
say you do notice spats around me that are actively trying to swarm him.
What?
You see bats swarming around Captain Cord, thanks to Amph's keen abilities. What do you do next to assist? While you make that decision, Cora, what do you do as the dragon snarls at you underwater?
Well, the way that I see it, I really have two options. One, I could continue trying to push the ship. And well, I continue to get aggressed, not that I probably care all that much. Or I could just squeeze down their nostril and then just continue to do damage while I'm inside of their body because I can do that apparently. Um, but then I drop the ship and then it plunges below the water and then all the water goes in. Yes, that's a dilemma, isn't it? Can I see land, shore, civilization, Waterdeep anywhere?
You see lights in the
On the
distance, and with
horizon?
your perception check, you hear what sounds like, well, a piano, and some sort of music box playing, and cheers and laughter. You're not very far, and you can tell that if you continue in this direction, you should be there, well, hopefully within the minutes.
Okay. So I am going to. What am I called? I am. So the only way to move the ship is with athletics, or can I sacrifice some of my movement to?
I will allow you to use your whole round to move.
No, not using my action, like using my movement.
You may move your movement, yes, high or low.
Low.
As you steadily try to go closer to Waterdeep, you see the dragon has disappeared entirely.
All right. So I am. Oh, so it's disappeared from sight again.
Correct.
Okay, so I am going to ready my action. I'm going to use my movement to push the ship along. The ready to action is if the if and when the dragon aggresses me again, I'm just going to tidal wave the shit out of it. Like as soon as it takes a swipe at me, yeah, that's what my ready to action is for.
Dante, you appear above deck, and the water splashes upon your helmet. There's a splash in the ocean. The dragon glistens against the moonlight. The sea water rains over your head. In a wisp of gentle magic, she appears on deck. As a human or elf, you're uncertain. Her pink hair reminds you of someone else. Are you the ones who killed my daughter?
Don't know who your daughter.
Roll me a deception check.
A 25.
Then who? Who aboard this ship struck down my kin?
Who is your daughter?
She was a friend of Cord's. I heard her blood howl in the wind just days ago. I tracked down her scent to this ship. I can still smell her blood.
Did you kill him? Axel? No.
No, I didn't.
The other own ship. There's been no murder here.
And why couldn't we just blame the captain?
There is no captain.
On the other ship over here that Amph's fighting.
Isn't that ship like...
It's trying to take off, but it hasn't gotten far.
There's been no murder on this ship, but the ship getting away, there, we just escaped from that ship onto here. That's now sinking. Might want to go check that ship.
Oozey, back below deck, the witch is crumbled to dust. The hobgoblin dizzies himself as he tries to stand up and grab his senses again. You have moments, mere seconds. What do you do next? Oozey, my darling, are you there?
Does a 22 hit?
You try to beat the hobgoblin again, or the witch?
The hobgoblin's gonna try to deck it right in the face.
23 hits.
Alright then, so it's going to take, let's see here. Uh, 22 force damage. Does a 21 hit?
It does.
I am now going to grapple it for that free action because of the grappler feat. And the bite thing for vampires, is that considered an attack or does it take a full action?
It would be an action. Oh no, I lied. You can make it part of your attacks. Yeah. No, you can.
Okay, then now I'm going to use the bite on the hobgoblin.
You pull the hobgoblin closer to you. He finally gains his senses. He looks shocked, surprised, and knows his demise is close. What do you roll for your bite?
For the damage or to hit?
To hit?
Would that be considered an unarmed strike?
Yes.
$33.
Roll damage. Oozey, what did you roll for your damage when you bit into his neck?
That's going to be 27 damage in total.
You hear a sickening crunch as his spine snaps and you suck the sweet marrow from it. Your eyes move electric. It's your first time of ever tasting real blood. Roll me a con save.
Eight.
Your blood that you just drank does not agree with your stomach for just a moment, and you feel it regurgitate back up into your mouth, and you vomit down your chin. But then something strange happens. Your heart beats almost like for the first time, You grip your chest with this new sensation. Roll me a wisdom save, for the beast might take over.
Okay, please tell me somebody has inspiration. Please.
I do.
Is it okay if I use it?
Yeah. Use it well.
So, well, may I borrow another?
One more.
One more. Thank you. Son of a gun. Ah, shit.
Oh, fuck it.
Oh, fuck it. That sucks. I wanted a new vampire spawn, but whatever.
I mean, sunk cost fallacy. I'm getting down to my last couple. You can have another one.
You're the best. I'll pay you back for this.
Thank you.
17.
Your fangs move below your chin and they taste the blood from your stomach. However, the beast repels, and so does the fangs. You have complete working of all of your senses, and you feel as though you get advantage on your next roll.
Okay, then. Now for my bonus. Oh, is the hobgoblin dead?
The hobgoblin is dead, lifeless on the ground. You see blood on his mouth.
Anywho, so I'm going to start carrying his corpse around with me. He's going to be useful later. I am going to go ahead and use my maneuver lunging dash, which means I get the dash action, and I'm going to use that so I can like get the top deck as quickly as possible while carrying around this hobgoblin with me.
Excellent. High or low?
Huh.
You try to dash down the hallway, the water roaring from Dante's room. However, you're able to move through the waste water deep, and it feels as though your strength has left you for just a moment, but it has not. However, another roaring wave comes crashing through the side and down the hall. Roll a dex save.
18.
You succeed in keeping your footing, and you'll find yourself whooshed away by the water with any luck to the top of deck by the next round. Amph, you're up.
Yay. Okay, I just have one question. Is the helm, the steering wheel of the ship, is it made of metal?
High or low?
Let's go low this time.
It is. It's also etched with elven artwork.
Okay, I'm gonna cast Magneto Bolt. I'm gonna shoot it right past the steering wheel, and since it's going past it, the metal is attracted to the magnet, and will start deliberately turning the ship into the other ship.
Is there a save?
Nope, not because it's made of metal.
Fabulous. That being said, the ship collides into the other. Everyone roll a dex save except for Amph. She's floating, and Cora, because she's floating also in the bay somewhere close to Waterdeep.
I'm doing what?
You're floating somewhere in the bay close to Waterdeep, so you take no. You don't have to do a dex save, darling.
Okay.
19.
18.
Dirty 20.
Those are my friends. They know what's up.
If you roll 13 or higher, you're perfectly fine and able to stand on your own. The ship collides into the other, and you see for the first time, if you haven't already, the Sparrow begin to crack like brittle.
All right, and then the guy, the captain, needs to take another 5 poison damage.
He backs away from the helm. He sees you in the distance close to him. He instead falls off the side of the ramp, plummeting and turning into bats floating away into the sky.
Yep, he is no longer my problem. I am going to use my flight, and I'm going to fly back over to the other ship. Let me double check the... Okay, yeah, it is equal to my walking speed. So, I'm just going to fly back onto this ship.
The stone bridge represents the ship called the Bullet. It's merely just a piece of it. The hall, the middle, the able, willing piece to be able to carry all of you to safety if you choose. Underline and score that. However, keep in mind Cora still steers the Sparrow as it turns into brittle towards Waterdeep. And Bloodstone, gosh darn, you're up, darling.
So are we out of initiative?
You're currently in initiative as some elven females taps her heels upon the deck. Which one of you killed my daughter? Tell me now, or I'll take this all ship to Avernus myself.
Ma'am, I honestly don't know who killed your daughter. You should ask the other people on this ship.
Who is your daughter?
She hears the echoing sound of the rain tapping gently against the ocean floor and your voice. She turns to you and you see familiar eyes. It was that woman that you killed in the dining hall. Axel, roll me a persuasion check.
16.
Excellent. She steps closer to you, Amph. But Cora, you have the floor. What do you do next there in the ocean? Both the ships are collided together, Cora. It might be harder to steer them both. And you see the Sparrow begin to crack.
Well, that's not good. That is the one that I'm holding on to, right?
Correct. You may choose to try and hold on to both, but you'll have to try an athletics check. Or
No.
Arcana.
Definitely not holding on to both. Just the one is my concern. Which this is the one that has all my compatriots on it, right?
Correct?
Yep, so fuck it. It's the only one I'm worried about.
Let the bullet burn.
I am I'm calling up the tidal wave. It's gonna be 250 feet long, 250 feet high, and 50 feet thick. And it pushes the ship forward an additional 50 feet.
Everyone, brace yourselves. Cora, what is your spell DC?
Oh, it's not a spell, it's just a thing I can do.
Oh, I'm well aware, my darling, but what is
however-
your spell DC? I'm curious.
Oh, my spell DC. I don't have a spell DC as this creature. If you wanted to know what my DC is, it would. Okay, so I'll give you Cora's DC. I think that's what you're asking for. What is it? I don't even know.
I'll take that as tribute. What is your proficiency?
I think everyone has the same proficiency now. It's +3.
And you use charisma, uniqueness, nerve, or talent to cast your spells.
Intelligence. I'm sorry. The DC is 14.
Roll me 1d8. Oh, what the
Yep.
hell? Make it 2d8. I love a good story.
2d8. All right. 7.
My darlings, those of you on the ship feel the water begin to boil underneath you and the ship rises into the air about 60 feet. Cora, you are in command of this Leviathan ship headed into the damned south vessels of Waterdeep. If you aim it just right, you may not damage yourself or many ships as you collide into the harbor within the next few rounds. Roll me 1d4.
Rolling 1d4. I'm about to kill a whole harbor full of people. 4.
Within 4 rounds, you will collide into the harbor. Keep that in mind. You might have to make some checks of some kind. The rest of you,
So,
roll me a
sorry,
dexterity save.
the one thing I would like to note is that the height reduces by 50 feet every turn, or every round in this case. So we'll have gone down by the time we get to Waterdeep. What I can't speak for is the alignment of the ship. It's probably still going to be moving very fast and in a tailspin or something. But at least it won't be like 60 feet in the air.
Cora.
Do we need
Oh, sorry, what's that, Amph?
do we need to make the deck save if we're still flying?
No.
You rules as written, it's strength, but only like if you get smacked by it. Since the ship is like riding the wave, this is like a DM thing, though. This isn't my ability. So
Everyone, roll me a dex save.
do
Okay.
I need to roll a deck save? Question mark.
No, Cora, period. That was fun. I like that. We should do that again, darling.
Yes, we should. We absolutely should. That's an
Please.
iconic phrase for an iconic DM.
That being said, you're an iconic player, as all the rest of you are too. I would even say idonic. Those of you who rolled 14 or higher are perfectly fine and receive a point of inspiration. Those of you who did not, the next time you have to roll a dex save will be with disadvantage. Keep that in mind for future times. The rest of you, get ready. I'm going back into initiative.
Oh joy.
Dante, the rain seems to be letting up, but the ship has collided into the bullet. Thankfully, Cora has risen it above the waters, and you see the bullet pull away, and it capsizes and begins to sink. What do you do on your turn?
So that other vampire thing is still being a nuisance, correct?
I chased him off.
No, the one on our ship, the one that's like who killed my daughter.
Oh, that's a dragon.
What?
Mhm.
Who's this question mark one then?
That's the mother of the daughter. They look like twins.
I was
We
talking
killed the
about her.
daughter, the dragon. Yes, so the mother is theoretically a dragon.
Huh. Well, I mean that still really doesn't change the fact that I'm just gonna point at them and just be like, "Die," and I'm gonna cast Finger of Death.
Why?
Lucy told him to, so that's 58 damage.
As you point your finger, flames ripple from it, and they exceedingly inflame her in such a way that it burns her flesh, and she cries out in pain. And she falls to the floor, crumbling to ash.
I'm tired of people coming on this ship and demanding things.
You are all thankfully now out of initiative as the ashes wisp away into the winds. Everyone, roll me a perception check.
15.
Dirty 20.
22.
4.
I saw a 4 and an immediate 20, and I was like, who the hell rolled a 4?
Yeah, my head canon is that she's making sure all the ashes disappear. She doesn't want her coming back.
Those of you who rolled a 20 or higher hear in the breeze behind you as the ash whispers behind you, how rude. The ancients laugh, and some of them cry and howl in pain. Those of you who rolled 22 or higher, you hear, I'll be back. And with that, we take a 10-minute break.
I'll be back.
So just
Okay,
really quick.
So will my finger.
So where on this ship am I currently located?
You are above deck on the map.
Is it alright if I move my character to like an... Sorry, I just confused my thought too of my own icon for a second.
DM.
Player.
So when do you want me to roll the thing for Arya?
You may roll the thing for Arya whenever you choose, but it has to be done as an action, and using a skill check of history, arcana, religion.
Okay.
Can Amph pocket some of the ashes for later?
You may.
Let's go. Totally not going to use that in my book or anything.
You have one of those gothic shadow books where it's just like, instead of a scrapbook, you know, where they do like the different stamps of weddings and things, it's people you've murdered over the centuries. Well, must just be me.
I'm gonna like start yelling out for Corpse to make sure that he's not well dead.
Make sure who's not dead, sorry?
Corpse, the chef from last session.
Oh yeah, I wasn't here for that.
Vampire interrogating. It's how I learned exactly who killed everybody from my monastery and how to find them.
That wasn't that captain guy, was it? That I ran off?
Don't think so.
Okay.
Again, this dude was a chef. He like prepared all of like the drinks as well as worked with like a whole bunch of goblins. Yeah, you missed a lot last session.
Yeah, I was busy with college work. It was not a fun night.
That being said, darlings, I do appreciate each and every single one of you for coming out this evening. Kiss noise, hug noise. Many blessings.
Is no one gonna question the random guy with them?
Well,
At this
what?
point, we've seen probably 3 random people just appear on our ship and then die. So
I mean, to be fair, if they're not verbally assaulting us, like the last 3 people, I think we'll be fine.
And to be fair, they also haven't questioned the fact that I'm dragging around a hobgoblin corpse at the moment.
Yeah, I think we've had enough. I think we're just over it at this point.
If I want to beat this motherfucker, I need an army.
Who are we killing? I'm down.
So, a guy from my backstory, he's the reason why I'm also 80 years in the future, destroyed my monastery, corrupted the rivaling monastery, which used to not be rivals, and is now hiding in a Waterdeep. And the only way I know how to find him is to find a tribe of goblins underground known as the Dark Waters that supply him with stuff.
DM question.
Player, maybe answer.
So during my session 1, sorry, I sent you a name of somebody that was pertinent to her backstory that she wasn't going to use as an ally NPC. Did you have time to build more onto that or no?
You mean Amy?
No.
What was their name?
I can't remember off the top of my head. I just remember that he was the rival vampire.
Oh. You mean Captain Rid?
It's Duradel.
Well, yes, you may need to ask the rest of the party what happened to Captain Rid. Unfortunately, I feel as though that might be something they need to discuss with you, not me. That's not my ways. Also, that being said, Cora, you can fully steer your ship directly into harbor without affecting anything. Keep that in mind.
DM.
Bloodstone.
So for the 100,000 I got for being a new character, do I have to wait to use that till we get to a shop or no?
One more time, I would say yes.
You want me to see the whole thing again?
Sorry. Yeah. So you're asking to spend the gold?
Yeah.
Oh, for your character build. Oh, well, yes, you can use the chart that's in the Discord vault. If you need it, I can forward it over to your notebook here shortly. But you can use that to default to purchase things. But yeah, if you get to a shop in Waterdeep, for sure. Because you're a newer character, if there's something you want to purchase on the fly, we'll just do a higher low roll and see if you've already purchased it before.
Okay.
Do any of us look injured after that last battle?
Goodness, I don't think so.
Interesting.
So that bite attack like fully healed me.
Yeah, I expected the captain to fight back more. I'm gonna be honest. He just kind of ran away like a little pussy. Is
Yeah,
that too much profanity for Twitch?
That's exactly what he is, darling. Yes.
Cora, that reminds me, I do need to talk to your character in private at some point. Like, characters, like private from the rest of the characters, not private from the players, if that makes sense.
Repeat that last part again for me.
My character needs to speak with your character privately at some point.
Yeah, that's fine.
Sweet. So you want to? Oh wait, you're currently Leviathan controlling the ship, so that can't really do that right now.
No, you cannot.
So who's this dragon frog?
Keen eye of observation. That was gobblish. That being said, is this: as you peer up into the crow's nest, you see a small orange figure. It looks like a frog. However, with dealing with dragons recently, you can tell it's more than just that. It ribbits and burps, and you see a small cloud of green bubbles appear in front of its snout.
May I attempt to tame it? Well, capture then tame it.
You may roll handle animal. Anyone else care to try to tame the wicked beast?
I'm going to use the only inspiration point I have. Dirty 20.
Anyone else care to try to tame the beast?
Last time I tried to tame something, they fucking killed it. So, no.
I'll do it.
To be fair, it summoned a bunch of things.
To be
It
fair,
summoned
you
a
killed it
bunch
for no
more of it
reason.
that killed almost all of us. Hey, I didn't want to kill it. I was advocating not to kill it.
BRB.
They killed it.
I got a 19.
No, I'm guidancing you. Go ahead, roll the d4.
Me
I'll
or
pay you not to. I'll pay you not to. Actually, you
No.
know what? I'll use a superiority die, which is a D10.
Does that work for that kind of stuff? I thought it was just for attacks.
No, I have a thing where can you? No, it's not superiority die. It's second wind. I think that I can also use for that. Let me double check.
That's a
Second
20.
wind is a healing.
So that would be 21.
Yeah, it's a extra. Yeah, tactical mind. I can expel a use of second wind and roll a D10 to add
For
to
what?
the ability check.
Oh, so you're gonna add onto it.
Yep.
Do you want who are you gonna add to? The 21 probably?
My 20.
Oh, you're 20, okay.
31.
Well,
How
we're
was
getting
it
this
not a
thing some
31?
a dirty 20
Yeah,
plus
I get a
11.
+4 with my superiority die. So I rolled a 7 and I get a +4 because of my proficiency bonus.
We dealt
Cora,
with all the enemies. Do we get XP?
you will. Cora,
Yes.
as you try to tame your tidal wave, roll me perception.
It does it automatically, just so you know. But will do. 1 second. Blah 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 blah. What was that you said? Perception?
Yes.
Okay, I'm rolling athletics. I'm just being cheeky, don't mind me. Perception. Five.
Unfortunately, you're unable to see exactly where you're going, but you can tell that to your left there seems to be some sort of gate. But in front of you, there's docks.
Okay.
You may choose
they
to
just-
land the ship wherever you would like, according to the map that you can see in the 3D map.
Duly no. Why is my touch ID not working? I'm sorry, 1 second. Duly noted. This is a trippy map.
It's just a
So
wall.
If you need me to
I don't-
zoom in
I
or
don't know.
change the lighting, let me know.
I don't quite know what I'm looking at. I apologize. But in any case, I probably just leave the ship. I would probably have to beach it just a little bit because it has massive holes in it, and if I leave it like in, the bay or something, it's going to sink. So I probably have to beach it a little bit on purpose by accident. On purpose.
You successfully beach the ship. It bounces against the side of the, well, Sorry, I'm trying to find the word earth, the ground. It doesn't find a dock, but it doesn't find a house either, smashing it to pieces. Some housing doors open and windows too, as different villagers come out to greet you. One stands up to the front, pushed by the others. A halfling, she smiles, a cheeky grin with curly blonde hair. Well, hello. What are you all doing there?
I would also like to remind you that I am like a sentient serpent of water that is protruding above the surface of the water, staring like dozens of feet up
Menacingly.
into the air, just staring menacingly.
Roll me intimidation.
I'm not even trying to intimidate them, but this is gonna be funny. Um,
You want advantage?
why not? 17. Not gonna get much better than that.
He's just standing there.
And that's
Yes,
with a
senor.
plus 0.
Can I roll my passive intimidation?
Yes.
I do still have Cloak of Flies active, by the way. No, we're not dealing with that. I'm gonna inspiration just because I can. There we go, 25.
$25. That being said, she cowers back into the crowd. The rest of the villagers all scatter around. You hear whistles down the road, and it looks as though the city watch is on patrol, heading in your direction.
I'm gonna walk towards them.
You leap from the side of the ship and walk down the road. Does anyone venture with Amph? And do you remain a Leviathan, Cora?
Um, considering that my movement drops to 20 feet, no. I would, basically in a sploosh of water, I would just turn back into my normal self. And then run to catch up with, Amph. Yeah, she's gonna have some explaining to do, probably. If
Mhm.
Amph noticed. Wait. So then, in hindsight, she just kicked a hole in the side of the ship, crawled out, turned into a water monster, and then steered the sinking ship to shore. Yeah, nothing wrong with that at all. That's totally normal. It happens every day.
No, Amphie's gonna tell it from her perspective.
I know. I know. I know it. But yeah, Cora's running to catch up with Amphi.
Cora, roll me 1d4.
Radio?
I will
When
say,
you
as she's approaching the guards, she's gonna drop her swarm of bats. So
1.
no more Cloak of Flies.
Everyone, you receive 10,000 experience points and 1 inspiration point, each of you, for finally getting to Waterdeep.
It's almost like I left here like 2 weeks ago.
Anywho, so did I succeed that animal handling check?
You did. The small imp-like frog bounces up to your shoulder and coos with a delightful burp. Green bubbles appear, and they tickle your cheeks. Roll me a con save, my dear.
Is this considered poison?
It is.
Yay, advantage! Nat 20.
High or low.
Low.
The bubbles go against your skin, and for just a second you feel a ripple. But you're fine. You're not poisoned until a long rest.
Yay, friend.
Cora, do me a favor.
Hmm?
Write your name in my book.
No.
Is it the end character?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Once you write your name in the book, you are permanently death warded.
I can't pretend to know what that means, but
Basically, if you drop to 0 hit points, you instead go to 1 hit point.
hooray.
And then
Thank
once
you,
you
Amph.
use it, it'll reset on a long rest.
Oh, that's good. Gives you enough time to get away.
Yep. Death ward is really good. She's also going to put her own name in her book.
You just gotta what? Whose
She's gonna
mic is doing the thing?
whenever one of us tries to talk when Dwarf is trying to talk.
I haven't tried to talk for a while.
That being said, is this. The guards approach you, Amph, there at the gates of Waterdeep. You see their large pole arms and their matching helmets. They wear chest plates and they all have tabards of their houses. One seems to be a tiefling, and another a halfling. They approach you, and smile, and nod. However, they seem timid.
She looks up at them and she goes, "Listen, I don't want to fight. We just got out of one. We'd rather take the time to rest."
Roll persuasion.
It's like while they're talking,
24.
some hulking, brimstone and smoke smelling freak known as Dante just like slowly walks up behind them.
The
Dante.
persuasion was 24.
What are you doing, Dante? You're walking up behind the guards?
No, I'm just walking up behind Cora and Amph.
Oh, good. Excellent. That being said, is this. The guards approach you and Dante, Amphi, and then you hear from the streets there in Waterdeep, Amphi, is that you, darling?
Dame, probably.
An old woman approaches. She has a large umbrella of black silk that guides her away from the sun as the morning begins to arise upon the shores of Waterdeep. She has a long black dress that sways on the ground below her, and she approaches you all. Amphi. She takes off her glasses. Do you not recognize me as she strikes a pose? Roll history.
15.
You remember your first house coven that taught you how to stand and sit and be proper. Especially in those hollowed halls, you found it familiar and friendly to find someone of your own type. She's an Asimir, but you notice she's different now. Her cheeks have sunken in.
Mm-hmm. Her perfect beauty is no longer perfect.
And what is her name?
Mm. I don't.
Oh,
Did
you
I
must
ever
come
write
up
that
with
down?
one.
Oh, okay. She can be Moira.
Moira. She steps forward, and Dante, you smell the perfume she wears is patchouli. Well, they're with me. Come, quickly. Is this all?
There. Don't we have one more on the ship? Out of character?
Yes, yeah. I'm just going to walk up with on one shoulder just carrying this hobgoblin corpse. I'm just gonna essentially pretend that's a fallen ally. Just kind of give y'all kind of like a gesture, like play along. And then in the other hand, I'm carrying my new dragon frog.
While you're carrying around a hobgoblin corpse.
Don't you remember that they fell in battle? One of our allies? I gesture at Dante like, play along.
An ally. This hobgoblin is an ally.
Yes, they fell in a battle against a dragon. Don't you remember?
Surely it must escape my memory. But doesn't it occur to me that several of our party members have healing hands or healing words?
I mean, to be fair, I haven't seen that thing until now. But to be fair, I haven't seen you all for more than 24 hours. So,
Again, I'm gonna just murmur at them like, play along. There's the guards.
She escorts all of you through the hollowed halls of the gates of Waterdeep. They open up with a large crank, and she smiles and waves at the guards at the levers. They also smile back at her, and she finds, well, a crossroads. She looks back at all of you and sniffs. Well, what are you all doing here? Silent.
go ahead, Cora.
Your cat's a tongue? Is it gone again? She pretends
No,
to
I was
look at your feet.
No, I was actually preparing a smart remark, but I was actually muted. So, yeah, embarrassing. Please repeat the whole line for my convenience.
The woman, pale with sunken cheeks and Asimar vampire, stares at you. She seems to be shorter than a normal Asimar, or hunched. Her black long dress hangs around her, and she has a black umbrella made of silk to block the sun. Where the cat's got your tongue? Is it gone again? She searches your feet, pretending that there must be a cat that has taken your speech.
Okay. First of all, who the fuck are you talking to?
Roll intimidation.
Not trying to be intimidating, but okay. Okay, lucky roll. 17.
She cowers back and clutches her umbrella. I'm only here to help you. That was all. I recognize Amph from the parleys that we had in the great parlors there in Saul. But if you don't need my help, I can walk along. You can find your own way in Waterdeep as I did centuries ago. She turns around with a humph.
I didn't say you could leave yet. All I said was that if you want to offer help, there's a more pleasant way of going about it.
There's
Now,
also a
I
more pleasant
suggest
way of
you.
asking someone's name, but
With that
leave
being
it at
aside,
that.
okay. So was that in character or out of character?
In character. Dante doesn't. Dante, there's a vampire. So
Mhm.
Fair. Anyway, I'm just going to abandon that line of inquiry because I forgot my lines.
Find your papers, find your papers. Look at the one in the box.
Right. I'm not. It's just when I'm interrupted, I forget what it is. But that's probably a good thing. What the fuck
Cora.
was I gonna say? To come back to me. Come back to me.
Cora. She steps
Yes.
backwards and then turns around with her back to you, her umbrella on her shoulder. You speak the words. I didn't tell you to leave. She turns back to you. You listen here, youngster. She undoes her umbrella, clasps it under her shoulder in her armpit, and you see steam rise as the sun hits her forehead. I'm in no mood this morning to be accosted by some walking urchins that just wandered into Waterdeep off the shores of the ocean.
Somebody's in a mood.
Well,
Did somebody piss in your blood wine? You pompous fuck. Now get out of my way.
she gasps. And as you walk by, she moves into the gutter.
Amph is gonna lay a hand on Cora's shoulder. It is probably wise we do not go and upset the nobility around here, especially those in high favor and in vampiric society. Do you have a death wish?
Lest you forget, I haven't been part of this society for the past, well, I don't know how long. However long I've been on that ship bobbing around in the middle of the fucking ocean. Have you forgotten that so easily? I have not been here in years. I am not like these people anymore.
Have you forgotten
Well,
common decency?
how about you tell me what you want to say to them, and then I'll translate it into how a noble will speak.
I know how nobles speak. I do. I'm just so tired of all the games and all the courtly bullshit. I'm so through with all of it. All I'm trying to do is find my parents. You know, the ones that the vampires stole me from in the first place.
Okay, let's all calm down. Let's just go get some rest and we can figure this out, okay? We're clearly all tired and it's just not going well.
Amph's
Smartest
gonna
thing
give
I've heard all day.
Amph's gonna give Cora the we can talk later look.
Cora, that reminds me, I do need to speak to you later.
Okay. I'll keep it in mind.
Each of you, roll me a perception, investigation, or history.
11.
Nat 2026.
Now 2025.
Nat 2024.
Insane.
Just a regular 25.
Oh, fuck me then, I guess. Jesus.
A special shout out to Jogo for creating a Waterdeep upside down alley and Waterdeep City done by Lukey Windwalker. Appreciate that, and Dungeon Alchemist. Now, those of you who rolled history, say aye.
Hey.
Hi.
And you both got a natural 20, is that correct?
Yep.
Yes.
Fantastic. High or low?
I'm thinking hi. What about you?
Hi. It's either both of us win or both of us lose.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'll provide you each one question of Waterdeep that I will answer. However, as you begin to wander around, you know that the nicer places are deeper in town, and you'd have to venture north, at least to the shopping districts, where the large statue that actually is a mall wanders. That will run you at least 10,000 a night. However, if you're looking for something smaller and more affordable, you may want to stick by Death Alley's doorway, which is just north along the streetway which you are currently at. And finally, your questions, my dears. One at a time. I'll start with Amphi.
I don't have a question at the moment. Am I able to hold on to that?
You may, Cora.
What is the most expedient path to get to the Clan Bloodworth estate?
You know it's on the other
estate.
side of the graveyard, which is in the deeper slums beyond the old dead city. You have to choose whether to go past the ports and then up march through the old districts, which is fine, but sometimes they can lead you into a maze of some kind. You can take the shorter route and go up Death's Alley. If you choose that, not everyone will make it out in one piece. However, you have quite an adventure to tell everyone. And there's some cheap taverns on the way there.
Okay. I have an idea.
Let me clarify the other rolls. Those of you who rolled anything else, say aye.
I.
DM, quick thing. You're still taking a short break.
My bad. Thank you so much. Just kidding. We're back. Hello, darlings. Hee hee. Ho ho. You got a point of inspiration for that, Amphi. That being said, is this Bloodborne? Blah 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 blah. Bloodstone. What did you roll?
Now 2025 for perception.
Fantiddly-astic. That being said, is this. You hear a soft sound in the background. High or low?
High.
It sounds like a harp being played. And there you see some sort of tree imp sitting on a barrel, wearing some sort of sailor outfit with a bandana of blue around their waist. Their hair is striking, made of twigs and straw, and they play a harp. Well, it seems to be part of their hands. How peculiar and strange. The rest all seem like humans and dwarves and halflings running along, moving crates around. High or low?
High.
They smile at you and nod, and then they go back to their harp playing again. Dante, what did you roll?
11
On.
in perception.
Fabulous. You see a street sign marked with various arrows leading to various districts. I will send you a link shortly. Oozey, what did you roll?
25 on perception.
You see your new companion, the ex-lover of Aria, venture towards the ports, and then Dante sees the street sign with the various districts marked. But then suddenly you hear cannon fire and an explosion and laughter. Seems like there might be fireworks or some sort of fair happening by the ports. High or low?
High. High.
Thank you. That being said, is this. You stare down just a bit, putting your hand up to your head. Your dragon friend nuzzles you a bit, lifting your chin. It burps again. You nuzzle. And then it sparks your interest. You see fireworks, a bundle of them, are being put onto a barge. There's a large tavern, and it seems as though there's streamers of different colors. Ooh, and fresh gin. You can smell that in the air. High or low?
Low.
And then you see a gaggle of mages, a trio of them. They all seem to be matching garbs and a large hat. So large, in fact, that it looks like veils attached. It runs to the ground, and they're hard to make out, but they're awfully strange looking at. High or low?
Low.
I'll provide you one question about the city, and you also see a for sale sign. by owner. A small shack of a place right there near the ports, the last dock, and it seems as though it might be a spark of interest of real estate of some kind.
I'll go check it out.
You look into the drafty windows, and it looks like dust floating around, cobwebs, and a spider runs down the window. It smiles at you, it feels like. Roll nature.
$13.
It's a black widow. You see the small red indentations on its bum, and it has a small nest inside of the crux of the window. The house looks vacant, and you see the sign. See? Well, what's the name there? Looks like Jones or Smith.
Smith.
Ah, what's the first name again?
Saris.
Sarah
C.
Smith. What a peculiar name. And that's about it, you can see. Now, the rest of you, what do you do with your information?
I'll just have Dante like examine the signs and see where leads what and what leads where.
DM.
Bloodstone.
Can I use my liquid cat potion?
Yes. And Dante, I posted the link in the XP session. Everybody gets that based on your roles, so use that to your advantage, especially the section about the wards. There's a map about midway down on this link from forgottenrealms.fandom.com/wiki/Waterdeep. Additionally, Dante, you are going to get advantage on your rolls in Waterdeep when it comes for directions.
Okay.
I'll say you took time to study the postings, but I'm going to go over the wards now. Castle Ward is where all the prestigious nobility would reside. Think townhomes, brick houses. Some of them might be escalated marble or columns. It varies. There is a castle. The castle is necessarily not a ruling house, but it does make laws and make sure that Waterdeep is safe and secure. Remember, Waterdeep is controlled by lords that are mysterious, that no one knows their true identity or name. That being said, also, some other interesting places of note is the Archmage lives there. There's a Mert, a palace, a castle, and also that's where the more secure part of the wharf or ports are. Then there's the City of the Dead, which is basically as it sounds. It's cryptic, it's evil, it's bad for anything mortal. I don't know if you ever seen the movie Nightbreed. Think Midian. It looks like a graveyard on top, and below is just intricate mazes and city of dead living things. The dock ward is the middle against the dock. Then you have Down Shadow. I'm not sure where that is, but it's kind of the undercity. You have to find the entries yourselves. Field Ward is kind of going to give it to you like the slums. Miss Shore, that one's going to be near the naval top where the better half of the port is. The North Ward, that is where your naval and, well, you would say your city watch in general would be. Undercliff, it's the last ward, it says. It's connected through the rest of the city, kind of subterranean tunnels. Think of them when Waterdeep has to go under because it's under attack. These are tunnels of ne'er-do-wells that live here, as well as whole communities. But they're also like Disney when there's a tornado, there's a whole intricate pathway to keep everybody safe. That being said, there's also the Southern Trade and Sea Ward. I'll let you adventure that on your own, as well as the mountainside. If Ikki was here, that would be where his home was or were to be. Questions, comments, or concerns before we continue? Thank you for letting me speak all that jargon for you. Fabulous. Where do you guys all head next? Or let's take a 10-minute break so you can digest that information and let me know where you guys want to go. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. What's that?
But, Cora, do you want to like? Cora, do you want to like role play that conversation now?
Cora, you might be on mute, darling. I see you go green and then not again. But BTW, Amphi had to peace out early because of college work, etc. We appreciate you, Amphi, and heart and kiss noise.
DM,
Axel.
how long is 24 hours in this campaign?
Can you give me more information? Is this because of something that already occurred or something that may occur?
It says the liquid cat dissolves in 24 hours.
So from your vial you pour out liquid and a cat appears in mist and black wicked. What is the cat's name, as it has a piercing in its ear and its eyes glow with this purple hue that you've missed for years?
I'm gonna name him Bob.
I love it. Bob, the misty cat, will expire in 24 hours. So by next morning. Now, when your cat implodes into dust again and returns into a liquid splattered like ink, does it recharge?
It just says it disappears after 24 hours.
Okay. Well, we'll do a high or low check to see if the vial refills.
I mean, I got 4 of them, since they were common.
Oh, well, we'll still do the high or low check. I think it'd be cute to have 4 different named cats and just see which one finally expires. 9 lives and all that. Are you alright with that, and can you mark it on your character sheet?
Yeah.
Fabulous. Dante, did you have anything to add while you roam around the cities of Waterdeep?
I was just gonna have him go to the city of dead and try to find his grave, because when he died or got sacrificed to hell for vampires, they kind of like put a fake corpse in there, and it has some stuff that he wants back, like some money and some keepsakes. He wants them back. He also just wants to see what his tomb looks like.
Dante veers north and takes the path less traveled. As you venture forward, you see beggars on the street, and the streets seem like they get colder. The rafters hang over each doorway as though they're just attached by glue or faith. And then you see an odd door. It's opened. It's ajar. And everyone, roll Arcana, Religion, History, Investigation, or Perception.
At a 26.
16.
18.
Cora, I don't know if you can hear us, but if you can, knock 3 times. I have just messaged them. That being said, is this Axel? Cora follows suit behind Dante, seeming as though it was the right way to go. Did you also, or did you stay by port?
I went with them.
Excellent. Oozey?
Same.
Cora seems tight-lipped, as she feels as though, well, maybe she needs to speak to the crew in total. Or something else might be on her mind as she returns back from the ethers. She seems lost in thought. But Dante is not. What did you roll? A 26?
Yes.
On history?
Perception.
Even better. You see the door, and it has an eerie vibe to it, and then a ghost walks through it, almost as though it waves and then disappears again. A spark of electricity feels as though it hits the air. The door itself is part of a longer column that stretches both left and right. It etches so sharply. The marble itself is made by some dwarf. Peculiar. The markings almost look like they might be abyssal, but they're done in dwarven letters. You can tell it says, Door for the Immortal. And it says, Hall of Great Terror for mortals. It is written in Abyssal. Thankfully, with your high enough roll, you're able to tell with your passive history as well as your all arcane ways exactly what it says. This is the Death Alleyway, the shortcut, they say, to the City of the Dead. You know you can turn the corner against the sharp marble. It'd be about another 2 hours before you actually see it in the horizon.
I mean, I'm assuming he's like immortal in quotes because of that demon possessing him. So he's not like actually immortal, but he's like immortal-ish. And like I'm assuming this is saying that if like the soul is immortal, you can go through this, not if the body's immortal. Something like that. I don't know.
As you
But either
begin to
way, he's gonna be
ponder,
looking at
roll me religion, arcana, or history, or medicine, or nature.
17 for medicine.
A 17 on medicine. You're able to determine that your condition makes you mortal. And just then, a strike of lightning and thunder behind you, and rain begins to tap upon your helm again. Oozey, what did you roll? Oh, sorry, Dante, we'll be right back.
What for my perception check?
Yes.
My perception check earlier when we were first entering, I rolled a 16.
Oh, this was for the doorway. Were you doing a skill check on that or no?
Oh, give me a second, then I'll roll it right now. You said it could be medicine?
No, it would be Arcana, Religion, History, Investigation, Perception. Ooh, and I think there's another, but I can't get it off the top of my head. And Cora, if you're still with us, knock 3 times.
I got an 8 on religion.
An 8 on Religion. How exciting. You stare at the doorway and you notice It's a trick door that actually, as narrow as it is, as you peer down it, you see cobwebs and spiders, and ghosts do walk through the door and the hall. But it's a trick of the eye, you see. As you walk down the hallway, you have to feel the sides of it. And then you'll find the hallway unless your eyes are just right. Kind of like in that movie Labyrinth when she first gets in. You just gotta angle it correct, and you'll see the walk-in. Bloodstone,
Yeah,
what did you roll?
I rolled a 18 for perception.
You see the markings in Abyssal written with Dwarven letters. However, you're unable to make it out unless you speak the language, either Dwarven or Abyssal.
I speak Abyssal.
Excellent. You see the Dwarven letters written almost in half, both on top and bottom of the Abyssal wording, which is in the adjoining script. You smile a bit at the idea that someone could be so half-witted as to make it so obvious to make this a door to the city of dead, but however, this is Waterdeep. And then you see one of those ghosts walk through the ward. And then suddenly a dagger strikes out, and a laugh, and a child appears in the hallway. They giggle, and they point at you. They allure with their hand, asking you to join them. And then another swipe of a dagger. She giggles again and disappears into the wall.
Is it like a door that could be opened?
The door is technically ajar. It's gated, but looks like it's been blown asunder. You can move it out of the way and make it easy to enter.
I'll do that.
Do you all decide to venture to the city of the dead through the alley called Shortcuts?
I think so.
I'm fine with it if you are.
Dante, you were saying earlier.
Yeah, good, I guess.
Are you venturing forward?
Yeah.
You walk through the doorway, and it is of marble. Do you outstretch your hands, or just use your keen observation skills?
I'm like that, so I'll just use my keen observation skills.
I'll outstretch my hands.
Roll sleight of hand or perception.
I'm using an inspiration point. That did nothing. 8, and if it helps, I have 60 feet of dark vision.
I got 23 for perception.
You walk along this small, narrow passageway only 5 feet across for what feels like hours, but it was merely only minutes. You see ghosts smile through the walls every now and then, and they giggle. Each of you, roll me a dexterity save. However, if you rolled a 15 or higher on your check, you receive advantage.
15.
7, so I'm going to use inspiration. 17.
I got a 19.
If you rolled 15 or higher, you successfully dodge daggers piercing through the walls. Do you try to figure out who may be swiping at you, or hurry through the halls?
Hurry through.
Hurry
At least
through.
I will.
If you rolled 15 or higher, finally, you found it. A passageway, at least to your left. Those of you with the perception check can tell that there's another one down on the right side. It's your choice now. Stay here or wait for the daggers to pierce through the walls. And we just got someone following us. Thank you so much. You'll be named after our next NPC. Their name will be Sloth Jelly Beans. I know that's right. That's fabulous, by the way. Party members, what do you decide?
Just keep going forward because yeah, if daggers hit me, it's gonna bounce off my plate armor anyways.
The daggers begin to pierce down the hall. You see that behind you a choice must be made. Do you take the left passage or the right, my dears?
The right.
You take the right, and then the daggers pass by just in time. You huddle down another narrow hallway, only 4 feet this time. But luckily, you find it open up to an alleyway. In front of you, a single lamppost, but beyond that, the city of the dead. The shortcut stands in front of you, a triumph. There, along the hills, you see stones of angels, and it looks like crypts leading to somewhere below the ground. Each of you roll Arcana now.
18.
4.
19.
Cora, if you can hear us, knock 3 times. Mad Dwarf, you rolled a 4.
Yes.
You can sense no eerie presence. The land of the dead seems dormant at best. It rolls off, though, for miles in front of you, and it's so strange to see just a road, just there on the left side of it, outstretched for miles next to it, and homes. So peculiar, such a peculiar place, such a long and deadly space. Axel, what did you roll? Axel? Bloodborne. Bloodstone. My dear.
What was the question again?
What did you roll, darling?
I rolled a 19 for Arcana.
Fabulous, thank you. However, your senses are more keen and adept. You can see the rising necrotic energy just beyond the veil, and different ghosts walk with what seems to be baskets, and others crying. Over in the distance, you can hear the howls from some wolves. A pack runs over one hill, dashing through a crypt of another. And finally, Dante, what did you roll for your Arcana check?
18.
You see the same as Axel, and you both nod at each other. However, Oozey notices nothing and will receive no advantage when trying to cross the great dead city. What do you all do next?
Dante wants to find his grave.
Roll me survival or investigation.
And a 25.
You remember it as though it was yesterday. The carriages, the band, the flowers. You walk up to your grave, a statue of your former self, etched for eternity there in the city of the dead. What do you do next?
So is this like a grave or like a crypt or a tomb?
Bloodstone. You see a small yellow butterfly whiz by, and it lands on your shoulder, and then flutters around into your face. It is a single tomb, with merely your name, Dante, etched on the bottom behind some weeds. There's ghosts around you, and they peer behind statues marked for other deaths.
He's gonna go in his crypt.
You remember the combination. That when you stand at the statue of yourself, you simply tap your pinky toes twice. And as it does, it rumbles and opens. A walkway leading down with stairs appears there in the city of the dead.
Down we go.
You go down the hollowed staircase, tapping your heels, each of you, and then suddenly, the passageway closes and it's pitch black. Do any of you have night vision?
I don't, but I have a torch.
You may strike it.
I have 60 feet of dark vision.
I'll take it. You see the narrow passageway go down what seems like flights of stairs meant for some temple built for a god. But this is instead Dante's tomb, his crypt. You walk for another 15 minutes below, and finally you step into, well, this. A collection of urns, crypts that have been opened. Dante, it seems as though someone has built a, well, extension.
So you go to the unopened coffin and like push the stone cover off.
As you try, you notice it's sealed with some magical sap. Axel, Dante, what are the rest of you doing? You have noticed, dear Bloodstone, that the butterfly, the yellow one, has followed you all the way down.
Can I investigate the butterfly?
You may roll handle animal or nature.
That's a 10, so I'm going to use my last inspiration.
Fantastic.
A 12.
The butterfly whispers on your nose and then flutters around again. It enters into the crypt and spins by Dante, who stares at an unopened coffin sealed by some magical barrier. Oozey, what do you do?
I want to just kind of like look around.
You see a dozen unmarked graves, actually, at least 4 dozen on either side of you. 2 coffins, one opened and the other not. Columns marked for the death and cremated, and then a stairwell leading deeper into the crypt itself.
Say, I'll just stay with the group for now. No need to separate right now.
Dante, what do you do now?
Can I roll like Arcana or Investigation? Just try to remember like how to open it.
You may roll investigation.
Oh my.
I'm seeing the 11 stream like water from a
Yeah,
vein.
Whatever. 11.
And then a
Yeah.
3.
4 points of inspiration.
I'm loading up the map now. If you could place your characters somewhere in the crypt, that'd be fantastic. If you need me to do it, I will shortly. And thank you all for watching our little community theater production of D&D, Krest Isles. Brought to you by the loving people named Oozey, played by Mad Dwarf King. Dante, played by Pigeon. Amph, who left earlier, played by Tristan. And Bloodstone, Lineage, played by our dear friend Axel, Dragonslayer. And then finally Cora, who is played by Colin. You have all hopefully placed yourselves in some fashion?
DM,
Player.
did you get my message?
Oh, I did not. Can you tell me what it is, or no? Is it secret? Hush tones.
I have to go because I have work in the morning.
Oh. Oh, you have to go, darling?
Yeah, I have to.
Okay, well, that's perfectly fine. Have a good night.
You too.
Bye.
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 Let's do this, Dante. Last time we did a solo mission, it went pretty well.
Yeah. I mean, I just need to open my fucking coffin and get my shit back. Mainly just money. Damn vampires buried me with all my gold.
And I need to bury this body.
Don't put it in my coffin.
I'm not going to. I wasn't going to be that rude.
I mean,
I'll
if you
find
want,
a
I can
public
incinerate
gravesite.
it. I can incinerate
No.
it. And...
No, I want to bury it because then when the sun rises, it will come back up as a servant to me. Because the way that I killed it was with the vampire bite.
Okay. You're really lucky. I know you somewhat. Because... Oh, man. Dante's itching to spill some vampire blood right now.
Well, here's the thing. If I want to beat the person that I have to beat, I'm going to need probably a small army at the least.
I mean, or you could just... We could just do it. I mean, if I really wanted to, I could tap into the power of the 7 layers of hell. It would hurt a bit, but, you know, yeah.
That's fair.
Cora, Amphi, and Bloodstone have all returned to its small tavern they found at the edge of Dead City, where you all ventured forward. Dante, Oozey, 2 friends locked in destiny, as Dante peers around his old crypt now recently renovated. He's unsure where his body may lay now. Dante, are you trying to open up the coffin, or are you allowing Oozey the opportunity to assist you in destiny?
I'll try one more time, but that doesn't work.
You may roll Arcana. What did you roll previously?
Investigation.
Ooh, my bad. Ooh, a 3, darling. You may try once more. Oh, you rolled a 1?
No.
You rolled a 1, darling.
No. 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 That's a 3.
My darling, I see a 1.
No. That says 3.
No, it's quite simple. It's 1 plus 2 plus 3.
No.
Accept your fate.
Actually, it's quite cute. 1, 2, 3, high or low.
Oh.
You try as you might to try to decipher exactly how this coffin is sealed. However, as you strum your fingers against the side, roll me a con save.
Okay, well, that's a 10.
Not only is the sap some sort of, well, contraption to keep something safely inside of whatever may be here, it also has the ability to poison you until a long rest. You receive that as a condition on your character sheet.
God damn it. Oozey,
Yes.
you're resistant to poison, right?
Yeah, why?
Open it. Open it.
Fine.
I'll attempt to open it.
You may roll athletics unless you have some other concept or idea.
Nat 20, baby. 33 total.
All right, be like that, vampires. Make it so the person tied to the grave can't open it.
The great hollowed depths of ghosts beyond eternity, their souls rattle. You hear it under the floor. The word fuck is whispered as a nat 20 is done and on the board. I'm making a lot of profane words right now. I need a moment. I had been hoping that only one of you would be dying tonight. That being said is this. High or low, Oozey?
High.
And can you clarify exactly what it is that you rolled?
I rolled athletics.
My gods. You peel back the sap effortlessly. And you said high?
High.
Fantastic. And then the coffin lid falls to the ground. It does not break or shatter. It's made of good elven stone from the deep mountains near Flawn, where the dragons once laid their eggs. And there inside, high or low,
Low.
the first thing that catches your eye is a large golden sword of a saber, clutched in the hands of some female figure. She wears a, well, blue, almost baby blue silk dress. She looks as though she's been dead for centuries. High or low?
Low.
And as the air touches her skin, roll, each of you, a perception check.
11.
21.
Dante, your eyes widen. Oozey, you see her chest beat like her heart or lungs are filled with something for the first time. Blood, oxygen, demonic ichor. Dante, your eyes do not deceive you. Your mind is clear. It's Lucy lying here in this coffin, here in this crypt of Waterdeep.
So,
Oh.
stake in the heart or no?
I'm gonna ask you very politely to please leave now.
No
Just for your
problem.
safety.
No problem.
I will very hastily get my ass out of there.
You leave Dante alone. The butterfly sits upon the other coffin, staring at Dante and his bride. Question mark, period. Dante, what do you do next as Oozey leaves you there alone in your crypt? And Oozey, you're stuck with a puzzle trying to figure out how the fuck to get out of here.
Can I just brute force my way out of this?
Don't break my crypt! No! Don't break my crypt!
Wait, are there any gaps?
Oh god. Now you get my crypt all slimy.
I entered your crypt. It's already slimy. It's all slimy-wimey.
Don't say that ever again.
You may
No,
say that
don't
every
ever say
time
that.
you have game.
Nah. Oh.
Swimmy-wimmy.
Dante,
No.
on your character sheet, write down Crypt in Dead City, Waterdeep, aka Slimy Wimey. Now.
No.
And receive 1 point of inspiration, the lot of you. Oozey, roll me a perception or investigation.
13.
Unlucky for some, but not for you. As you try to peer around to find a way out, suddenly you hear a loud boom go through your ears as a strike of lightning must have hit the ground just in front of the crypt, which triggered the pinky toes to work, and the crypt opens.
And time to haul ass out of there.
Cora, if you can hear us, try to knock at all.
Oh, well, would you look at that? There's a grave for Cora.
And that's canon. Dante, what do you do now as Lucy lies on the ground in front of you?
So did you say she's alive, or is it just...
You have no idea. Oozey was the one that saw her heart beat, possibly, or her chest fill with lungs, or demonic ichor begin to swirl inside of her, possibly. However, he did not divulge that information. As the crypt opens in front of him, he steps forward, and it closes again behind him. He sees a collection of ghosts, 12 of them, each of them of different creeds and species. One's a dragonborn. Oh, there's another tiefling, an elf, a wood elf to be exact, a small halfling, a gnome. Oh, an orc, a half-orc at that. Old school. Dante, what do you do?
Well, I guess I'll check if she's alive.
Roll medicine.
Hey! 25! Back to okay roll. Why did I say that?
Do you check for a heartbeat or her pulse at her neck or wrist? Do you stare at her and wait for her eye to twitch?
I mean, I'm assuming since she's like a demon, you won't have any of that. So I'll just kind of like hold my hand over her face and like wait for like, I guess like demonic ichor to start seeping into his hand or something.
Her mouth opens. Her fangs jart out from under her sharp, piercing lips, and she lunges at you. Roll me a dex save or take the bite.
14.
Unfortunately, she clasps down upon you. Do you howl? Do you scream?
No. What I can do can shock the shit out of her.
Thankfully, you only take 21 points of necrotic damage as demonic ichor is seeped into your veins.
Oh, well, there's more to add to the collection, I guess.
Oozey, what do you do as all the ghosts stare at you? They whisper in hushed tones. They all seem to be speaking common, however, a few of them undercommon and another in dwarven. It's the half-orc of all.
Oops.
I'm going to take a knee. I'm going to drop to one knee and just like state that I'll like leave them alone. I don't want to like bother them, anything like that.
My brother in Christ, you just came out of the crypt of the man who killed them all. They're not gonna like you.
You fucker, how was I supposed to know that?
You didn't.
I will
That's
get
the
your
thing.
I will make your friggin' crypt all slimy wimey.
I'm going to evaporate.
The half-orc approaches you, and they smile, their tusks narrowing against their large nose of a nostril. They are wearing some sort of bandana around their head. It marks, well, a tribe of some kind. And they have a large necklace made of puka shell seeds, as well as, well, ivory and turquoise, the deepest blue you've seen. They are translucent, as they are a ghost. They walk forward with large boots made of furs and leathers. He smiles and extends his hand. Oh, we don't mean to startle you.
Is there anything that I can do for you?
No, well, we just haven't seen a lot of people walk out of there.
That's fair. I saw something's chest start beating and thought best to run the hell out of Dodge.
Did you see the urns?
I saw a few, yes. Why?
Roll persuasion.
17.
Some of us, not all, but some of us are smarter than the others. They think the urns trap spirits. I had a friend who went down. She's really nice. She's got really long hair, if you see her. Blonde, narrow smile, sharp nose. But she went down and she didn't come back either. The rain taps you on the sides of your face, Oozey. Dante, back below in the crypt. What do you do next as your bride strikes at your hand?
That was not necessary. Sorry for having them bury you, I guess. You know, rude. Kind of not a nice thing to do when, you know, I'm back. Thanks.
You stand and you take another sarcastic 29 points of necrotic damage as the ichor seeps deeper into your veins. Your eyes turn black, and as you speak, black bubbles appear out of the side of your mouth.
So I say we're doing this again. I can just seal you back up in the coffin. I'm perfectly fine. Now, I don't know if you're fine with that, but keep doing this, and I'm gonna put a seal on this damn crypt.
Her eyes open. They're the deepest, hollowest blue you've ever seen, like you can see her brains on the other side of glass. Her fangs retreat, and her teeth remain sharp but rescinded. She rises, levitating into the air. She speaks in Abyssal, and as she does, it sounds like a collection of different words, sounds, and names. And when she speaks, though when she speaks to you, Dante, it's clear. Dante, I've missed you.
Doesn't seem like it. Fucking jackass.
I've been sealed away for centuries.
Really? Have you? Why are there so many urns in here? I thought this was my crypt. Or sorry, our crypt, I guess.
I didn't have a choice. The demons came for me. I tried to keep you safe. I took you to a place I remembered. She begins to levitate around the room, staring at the urns. They spark as she approaches. She screams and howls. Ikki falls to the ground like jelly. She turns back to you and levitates down to meet you face to face, the sword still clutched to her chest in both her hands. Her dress seems to swirl, though there is no breeze.
Why did they come for you? Is it because of me?
The vampires. She turns and looks down the stairwell, deeper into the crypt. They created a pact with the demons. In Baldur's Gate, there's a mage, and they have a small box. In that box is a key, a balance. The vampires seek to remove that balance. As she speaks, you hear a narrow howl of a roar coming from below the floor. Oozey, back upstairs.
If you'd like, after my friend is done with his business there, I can see if I can re-enter and get and see if there's anything I can do about those urns.
Then suddenly you hear a loud roar coming from below the ground, and even the statue begins to rumble so much that it almost makes the pinky toes clutch. However, it does not, and the door remains sealed. That being said is also this. That's it. That's the voice. The sound. The Soul Eater.
What do you mean, Soul Eater?
Some of us, the smart ones, we think that whatever's eating the souls is also eating the clowns that go down there. You see, there were about a dozen or so different people about 4 or 5 decades ago. They stone chiseled, we heard them, and then this small dwarf imp of a fellow, he has this large wart on his nose and his chin. He kept hiring more and more people again and again, and none of them, not one, ever came up, and neither did any of those souls. Not one.
I'm so sorry. I'll see if there's anything I could do to help you all move on.
And
That's
in the
not for
middle of
me.
this,
We didn't do this for you. It's your friend down there. You came up, you're the first one in years. Count your blessings. Your friend might be cursed.
And after all of that, the statue like slowly opens again, and Dante just comes out. He looks different. He feels different, but he doesn't really know why he's different. The crypt feels empty. The crypt is empty.
Dante, just before you leave, you look back again on the long stairwell to your history. Then you see a blue light fill the room only you can see. Do you close the crypt for the last time, or do you go back downstairs and see?
I imagine the Soul Eater is not happy that not only has Dante escaped again, but he took the only soul tied to his crypt. So he's just gonna close it. And there's an empty crypt down there.
Lucy was not able to follow you. Do you still proceed up the stairwell?
Yes.
The urns buckle. A few of them crack. But she is trapped for eternity, and that is that. It is now dusk, and it seems like the ghosts disappear back into the shadows of the night. However, your new half-orc friend, who introduces himself as Sloth Jellybeans, it was an old tribe name, he says, sits on a small banister. If you're looking to get out, you have to take the pathway now. The crypt rioters will be out. Before you know it, you only have about an hour left.
If you don't mind, I have one more question for you.
Of course.
Have you ever heard of someone by the name of Envaris?
Dante, do you do anything while I roll this history check?
I mean, is he out of the crypt now?
You are, yes. You see the large horizon in front of you, rows and rows of death, crypts, graves, statues. And upon the far horizon, houses, dainty and cute.
They lie, you know. They're liars. All of them. He's
It
talking.
doesn't hurt to ask.
It does hurt to ask. I would ask not the dead. Because, you know, they don't want to be dead. So they lie. All the time. Hell,
What's the worst that could happen?
you die and you get trapped here. You want to know why she's down there?
Why?
They lied. Well, I lied. But everybody has demons who haunts them. So I I would entrust your question to anybody else but the dead. Take it from someone who died.
Again, if they do lie, I have a way to learn the true answer.
You're naive. You're really naive.
And not when the way that I'm going to use if they lie is a guaranteed way to know what they truly know.
Yeah. All right. Well, don't come crying to me when you have to fight for your soul. So, you know, Dante's gonna leave the graveyard.
That being said, this map is brought to you by Nina AI 4_1. Looks like a cute little wink emoji. But thank you for the Shrine of Death. Also, it's about an hour's walk and you only have 45 minutes left of sunlight. Do you all want to continue another 15 minutes or call it now?
I'm gonna call it
I'm going
now.
from the.
I have orientation tomorrow at 9 a.m. So I gotta go and I gotta update my journal. So I'm gonna call it now. But yeah.
Yeah, I just want a answer to my question first, and then I'm good.
Oh, yes, your question. That being said, he gazes off at the sunset. History is a lot like reading a book. If it's not a good ending, it's better off to give it away for someone else to enjoy. Whoever this fellow is you're looking for may not be what you should do. I think it's up to you whether to ask it's what you have to. He takes an earring off and places it in your hand. It appears still translucent. It's a blue pearl.
I'll go ahead and like clip in the earring, like the one opposite to his. Like if he has his in his left ear, I'll clip this into my right ear.
Roll me a wisdom save. Dante, as you begin to venture, roll me one survival check.
21.
Survival. Dirty 20.
Sloth, Jelly Beans. Thank you so much for following us this evening. Space KZ Dawn, I've got you in my sights. And Hunter, I plan on bringing Rust Monsters back eternally. That being said,
Fuck you, Dante.
No, no.
you rolled a dirty 20.
Mm-hmm.
You shave 15 minutes off your walk time and are able to make it to the tavern just as night falls. That being said is also this, you see Cora, Amph, and Bloodstone Lineage all waiting outside, and they seem to be enjoying themselves as they have taken up most of the tavern. No one else has bothered to arrive this side of town. It seems almost dormant. Dearest, Oozey.
I got a 21 on that wisdom save.
For just a moment, you feel a rush of energy from the bottom of your feet up to the top of your head. His words, his reality feels as though they are your own, and you feel like you're swimming there in the Sword Coast, and then suddenly fighting some large dragon beast that crunches your bones, and you die there on the ground. And with this, as long as you wear this earring, you'll be able to communicate freely with the dead and see any spirits that might be roaming around. And now, you see the real city of the dead. Ghosts, built houses, infernal beings dwelling around, walking, smiling and waving, and others cowling off into the sides as they howl at each other. It's almost too much, but luckily not for you, not with your earring.
Until we meet again, great warrior, your memory shall live on. I'm now going to sprint as fast as I can to try to get out.
Roll survival.
about shitting his britches right now. He's like, what the hell?
19.
I gotta get out of here.
I got the cool ghost item, and you said don't trust the ghost.
Okay. You got a ghost item doesn't mean it won't have bad effects.
You meet up with Oozey, Cora, Amph, and Bloodstone Lineage. And then, another figure appears at the tavern. Besides you all, a figure in a trench coat. Bird-like scales, like a dragonborn, actually. That of the great... Well, we'll get back into that next week, as they have a shotgun aiming in your direction, with the words inscribed on the side, Mouse Launcher? Everyone, thank you so much for joining tonight. I really appreciate it. And like all the players that came out, I really appreciate you guys. Everyone who's watching, again, thank you. Kiss noise, hug noise. I'm going to end the stream, and then we'll probably hang out a little bit. But again, thank you, everybody. And we'll see you next week. Also, if you're interested in joining our server game, hit me up in my DMs and I'll send you a link